Yeah, we can start early. I don't really care today. I guess it's not early. It's actually 53 minutes late, but I was cat sitting this morning. It went wonderfully. No one died. I didn't die. The cats didn't die. They're very cute. Just, being a good buddy. How is everyone doing? Slept a little better last night. It's been staying up late lately because, and listen, I don't want to call anyone here out in particular, but for those of you who have played Total War Warhammer, can you explain to me why you didn't warn me about Drika's campaign? Like, you could have warned me. You didn't tell me I'd be at war with the entire world, okay? It's fucked up. Why is it every other campaign that I've played, no one likes the Wood Elves because they're fucking losers. And then I play Drika, and I go around killing the Wood Elves, and everyone's like, hey, that was my fucking friend that you just killed. I'm going to declare war on you. I'm going to issue 1,000-year jihad against all fucking 12 of your magical forests. Jesus Christ. People only declare war on you if they're threatened. You're just so strong. Yeah, because I have to have an army or two at every one of my forests. It's fucked up. I have like 8 armies out and it's turn 50. All my money, it's all getting spent on upkeep. You don't need those magical forests. I literally do for long victory. Never played Drika's campaign, but that's kind of the point. That's the faction's lore. Yeah, but I'm supposed to be killing Wood Elves. Instead, I'm killing everyone else. The Wood Elves are already gone, man. It's the humans, the dwarves, the Skaven, the ogres, Nurgle, Warriors of Chaos, everyone else is left, and they're all like, fuck, I can't ally with anyone because every fucking greater faction is angry at me. All the humans are mad. All the forces of order are mad. All the forces of chaos are mad. I can't take a fucking break. I cannot remember the last time I chose a post-combat, like army combat option that wasn't recovery. That wasn't execute captives or whatever. I mean, fight every turn takes 2 hours. Jesus. Look, I got a haircut. I know, I'm very cute. You know, one problem with being a beard guy is that the people around you get attached to it. I messaged my partner and I was like, I'm having some thoughts about my mustache. And then I left my phone on the desk and I returned to what thoughts? Tell me what thoughts. What thoughts are you thinking about your mustache? I'm being normal about this. Please tell me. Tell me what are you thinking? Don't do anything before talking to me. Fucking no goddamn freedom. How long have you had facial hair for? I don't know, like forever. Since I've been like 15, basically. I think I'm tempted to try shaving down my mustache so that it's the regular length of my beard and not curly. Because sometimes I think that proportionally my face is a little bit too like front upper lip dominant. You know what I mean? So it would just be like a regular connecting line here, like a regular length of mustache and not like a longer curly mustache. I like the curly mustache. I do too. I'm just kind of curious, you know? How do you know what you like if you haven't tried it? I guess I could like Photoshop it. Show your true self. Yeah, that's true. You know how many people think this picture is real? It's so mean that somebody would do this. And it's a good Photoshop. I mean, it looks like it could be convincing. It's diabolical. It's unflattering, but in a way that's convincing enough that you would think it's not like an unflattering Photoshop, you know? Like if they had made it like my face looked like uneven or like blemished or something, it'd be like, okay, well, yeah, they're trying to make him look bad or something. But since my skin is like clear, it's like oh, well, what if that just is what his face looks like? Mind you, I don't know what my face looks like. It's been a long time. There are photos of me clean shaven from when I'm like 17. Your face isn't as round as the Photoshop? Yeah, who knows, man? I mean, how long would it take to grow it back anyway? Well, I shaved this like 3 days ago, so probably not that long. Real quick update that Innuendo Studios made 155,000 with their GoFundMe before closing it, so it's nice he'll be able to pay off his debt. Nice. That is nice, yeah. Shaved Photoshop Vosh looks like Human Shrek. Nah, Human Shrek is handsome. It was one of the best artistic decisions they went with. In Shrek 2, they made him handsome. He looks fantastic. Thoughts on shredded cheese? It's not good for you. Also, you can shred your own cheese. It's much better. Ugh. What the hell is this on the front page of the AP?
Hey, Carlos, can you guys drop that and come talk to me? Just go ahead and drop that.
Go ahead and put it down for me, okay?
The kids have a gun?
You're not in trouble, but you have to drop that and come talk to us, all right?
See if there's a magazine inside the magazine well,
Put it down,
but
baby.
they're playing with the gun back and forth. The one in the blue is trying to take it from the one in the orange.
Put it down, baby.
Okay, the weird thing to me here, Monkey, is not that the kids have a gun. Because in America, 30% of children at any point in time are holding a firearm. The weird thing to me is that they're like doing a standoff with the cops. Like the cops aren't coming up and the kids are going, "Whoa, cops!" And then like being like, "Hey, hello, I've got a gun too," or something. Like why like the kids are acting like they're in a standoff. Like what the hell? Yeah, this is what living in America is like. Do you think they're imitating the cops? Like, would it have made it better if they just approached them instead of taking out tasers, standing off? I don't know. I'm not gonna lie. Like, cops fuck up a lot. I don't really have like a template in my head of like, what do you do if there's an actual child holding a gun, like clearly holding a gun, and is pretending to do a standoff. It's like, I don't have like a mental model, you know? Walk away? No, I don't think you should walk away from that. That does seem like a problem.
Drop it now. Drop it, both of you.
I don't even have a gun. I don't have a gun.
Ah, you know what? That's probably the best possible way this could have gone. What? Yeah, what? What the hell? The parents doing? Handcuffs? Yeah, they're going away for life. Where are their parents? Yeah, I mean, it's obviously like a parent thing, right? It's like they're like fucking 10 years old or something. Their father's a criminal. He taught them to use guns. Do you know that? Is there like more to the story that you're aware? I'm just seeing the video now. Is there like, because presumably they would prosecute the parents for this. Yeah, there's a bunch of background coming out. Well, I'm curious. Hold on. New Mexico kids disarmed gun arrest. That should give some information. Nope, that's just a video. I'm just seeing video links. Yeah, I don't know. Well, whatever. Glad it didn't go worse, I guess. The father's currently in prison. That's probably justified, right? Just like, you know, kind of circumstantially. They should prosecute the parents, but I don't think the cop should have pulled the kid out by his arms like that. I think the kid's fine, right? It didn't seem too rough. Oh, whoa. This is the one we saw. Seemed fine. Like, by the standards, I guess.
I don't even have a gun.
I don't even have a gun. Fucking kids, man. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it seems fine. It seems fine. Yeah, why didn't the cop back off when the kid said he didn't have a gun? What the fuck? Where's your probable cause, you fucking pig? Crazy, though. If the kids were black, they might be dead by now. Yeah, probably. It is worth noting, and not to pardon me for being a crusader for white rights and Hyperborea and so on. It is worth noting that like there is a lot of racialized violence targeted towards black people by cops, but in terms of like the problem of American police just like fucking killing people, it's pretty across the board. Like if you do the math on like proportion it out to relative number of like violent interactions with people, you know, cops, I don't know what the exact numbers are, but it's not like white people are always getting off scot-free or anything. It's a pretty like across the board problem. The real issue with American policing isn't the racism. Like the racism's a big issue, but what the like true cause of what we're dealing with here is that fucking like warrior mindset that like you are an occupier whose job it is to enforce, like you're building the wall like in the city, you know, and everything else stems from that, right? Because cops have always been racist in America against black people. Like that pretty much goes back to the beginning. But the modern like explosion of police killings and you know like the hyper militarization of the police, that's a relatively recent phenomena that corresponds to like a change in the philosophy of policing. You know what I mean? They said they know where the kids learn the behavior from and are considering charging the parents. I thought somebody in chat said that the dad had been jailed. Okay, like those kids are obviously not being parented well. I mean, like for one, they have a gun, but for two, why the fuck are they doing a standoff with the cops? They don't even know what they're doing, but they're clearly doing a standoff here. Jailed for unrelated reasons? Okay. Is it really that big of a departure recently? The 80s and 90s were fucked? Yeah, well, it's in response to the 80s and 90s that we have this new, like, killology cop philosophy. Like that was the boost in crime that we saw from like the mid 80s up through the late 90s. Like that was the big cultural push towards treating police like basically an occupying military force. After 5 minutes of talking, deputies fire a non-lethal projectile at the wall. Oh, is that what that was? When the kids were against the crate and then there was a thump? I figured it wasn't a bullet because it'd be louder. Oh, okay, I like half saw that. He fired like a it doesn't look like a rubber bullet. It's like a ball. See? It's too big to be a rubber bullet, I think, right? See right there? That's pretty, it's like a beanbag. It's like a Nerf gun. Yeah, like a beanbag. Okay, but why? For fun, I assume? Why do that? Seems escalatory. My guess was that their original plan was to knock the kid over and then get the gun. But when they missed the shot, they decided, and the kid went to the other side of the box, they decided to just go in and grab it or like try to scare him. I don't know. I'm not psychic. So far they haven't filed charges. Yeah, that makes sense. In the 3 months since the case unfolded, BCSO said they've linked the family with case management, trauma therapy, medical services, and behavioral support. Huh. All right. Well, I guess we'll see. Deputies captured all from a drone. I will tell if it's not for our drone program, we would have probably went in there a bit more blind. Yeah, actually, this is a pretty big W for drones, isn't it? Like, obviously a terrifying bit of technology, but the fact that you can have a drone kind of like follow a situation from above gives you a lot more information on like, is the kid like currently aiming? Like, are they, you know, like you don't have to round a corner to see. Yeah, definitely a mixed bag, you know, definitely like in aggregate, a pretty difficult technology. The captain says, what about a warning shot? The cop says, I don't want to shoot a kid, man. Then they discuss it briefly and decide on non-lethal shots. Okay, that makes sense, I guess. I mean, sort of. I don't really know. I'm not trained in urban warfare. Should have flashbanged the kids, IMO. That's true. Aren't you not supposed to do warning shots for public safety? I could be wrong on this. I could be completely wrong. My understanding is that warning shots, like, aren't real. They're not real in a legal sense, in that, like, if you, a civilian, draw a firearm and fire a shot, you're kind of on the hook for firing a shot, you know? But in terms of, like, police action, I don't know if they do anything. Like, they're already pointing guns at you. I feel like the warning shot is kind of implied. Like, nobody... I guess they're kids, but, like, nobody's out here thinking, oh, yeah, 50 American cops have their guns trained on me. No way these pussies will pull the trigger. Dude, that's all they want to do. It's like everything we like. There's no presumption of pacifism on their end. We know they're psychopaths, so I don't know what the warning shot's accomplishing except maybe hitting a civilian or something. I don't know. Well, it was a little beanbag shot, you know. If they have rubberized bullets, why don't they make the police use those for everything? Well, because for one, rubberized bullets can still be lethal depending on where they hit you. But the main reason I think is that, like, the idea is that if you're using a firearm, you have to prioritize, like, immediately stopping the person you're shooting at. You know? I honestly, I think I agree with you. I think that cops need to be way more comfortable using it. Like, cops used to, okay, so like for instance, right? Pistols have been a thing for a long time, right? Like pistols go back as early as cops do earlier, right? Single shot, whatever, right? You know, cops can always have a pistol. If we're thinking about the early days of cops, do they have a pistol? Let's say sure. But they also had a truncheon. And I'm betting you that early on for policing, they usually use the truncheon. They usually use the baton. Partly because pistols sucked, but also like that was just the default tool, you know? And nowadays the default tool is the like 19 round Glock or Sig Sauer or whatever, right? Like the default tool. Though it's like when all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail, right? It probably would be a lot better if the default tool of a cop was some kind of less than lethal uh something, and then the pistol was like the backup. Like psychologically, that's what you think of it as, right? Like the default tool is you have the beanbag slug gun, or you know, like a little like rubber shot kaboom gun or something, which fucking hurts and can still kill a person, but it's not as likely to. And then like if a situation's really bad, that's when you draw the pistol at your hip. Probably. I don't know. I'm not a cop. Capella, are you a cop? You are white. Ooh, she's playing. Why don't we use more tranquilizers? Because tranquilizers are a meme. They don't actually, like, think of how difficult anesthesiology is. You know, like you're doing anesthesiology at a distance from like it doesn't work immediately. It's just not workable, right? You can physically restrain people, like with a net or a man catcher or something like that. You can beat the shit out of them, like with a truncheon. You can electrocute them with like a taser, either at a distance or up close, or you can just hit them really hard with like a rubber bullet or a beanbag slug. And those are like the less than lethal options, basically. Exceeding like, there's some more like exotic stuff, I guess, but that's like the gist of it, basically. She's scratching at my damn bench. Can we freeze them with a freezing ray? God willing, we'll get there. We'll get there one day. She's losing her fucking mind. Weapon that blasts them with a cone of radiation. Yeah, every cop basically just has the demon core. And they just have it like held open with like a pencil, and when the perpetrator comes close, they snap it closed and just expose everyone within a few hundred feet to a lethal dose of radiation. I think that would be like, it'd be a good deterrent. Didn't they use microwaves on a crowd some months ago? Yeah, that's a form of crowd control that's been around for decades, but you need like a truck to do it. You fire a microwave radiation in a direction, and it like makes a person's skin feel like they're burning. But it doesn't actually like hurt them that much. It just activates the pain receptors on the skin. It's relatively humane for dispersing a crowd. It's also like kind of freaky, you know? Pretty freaky. What about your eyes, though? I mean, it hurts, but it's fine. It doesn't hurt, it only causes pain. What I mean is that it's not injurious. What kind of cop thing would you ban? I don't know if I'd ban any cop thing necessarily. I think it's more like I think that one of the big things that needs to come back is that cops need to be given much more rigorous training in martial arts. Any kind of I don't care what martial art. Because a big problem with our police is that, like, we make fun of American cops being fat, but like there's a reason why they act the way they do, right? Because these cops have no confidence in their physical their ability to de-escalate a situation. You know, like if you it's more likely a cop is going to use a gun by default in every situation if they're like completely physically incapable. You know, they should have to report every time they fire a bullet. That is, they do that. At least my understanding is they do. Yeah, if you fire a bullet, you have to account for the missing ammunition. But they do need to be more physically fit. Have you seen cops like consistently getting outrun by criminals? Like they're chasing somebody and the cops all like just you know, not to say I'm the paragon of physical fitness. I'm also not a police officer. I'm a live streamer, right? Like, you know, it's just probably worth keeping in mind. Oh. All these sheriffs seem to be pretty fit, but they're sheriffs, not cops. Different requirements. What about riot control? Well, SWAT teams just shouldn't exist. You know that SWAT teams basically became a thing after Columbine, right? The idea that you would need, like, well, what if an extra special super duper crime thing happens? You need the SWAT team. But the SWAT teams, they don't work. They don't do anything. They don't fix situations that regular cops can't fix. They just cost a lot more and are used as an excuse to militarize the police. They're also for things like bank robberies and hostage situations. Yeah, but like the need for those has been largely constructed by a paranoid and crime-obsessed 24-hour news cycle. Like the math is known. It's just not effective. A lot of the stuff that our police does, it's not effective, right? We put an ungodly amount of money into our police departments. And for the most part, we don't see a return on it at all. You know? The relationship between you know, how much money we put into these police organizations and how much crime goes down, or how much our cities are cleaned up or feel more safe to live in, how much money is returned from robberies, cars stolen, etc. It's not a winning deal. Every other department in the government at every level has to justify its existence, you know? Parks and Recreation has to fight for every dollar, every budget cycle. Fire departments, fight for your money. Education, fight for your money. But the police, they just get it for free. Like they don't, that nobody ever asks, can the police justify this obscene budget? Nobody ever asks. It's taken for granted. They attack postal service for not being profitable. How much money does the police bring in? Yeah. SWAT's pretty useless, but I think there should be crowd control measures if need be. There was some sort of riot. Yeah, but regular cops can do that. Like, that's just not, like, you just don't, it's particularly strange to me that you would think you'd need that for riots, because by and large, like, riots are not the most dangerous things that cops can interact with. right? Like, in terms of raw danger, there are plenty of situations, crimes to respond to. Like, police are expected to intervene in a wide variety of active, ongoing, like, you know, like dangerous suspect on the loose, firearms possessed, that sort of thing. What are riots? I mean, what does SWAT get brought in for? First of all, what's the definition of a riot, right? Because those motherfuckers are calling every protest a riot these days. Anytime you yell at police officers, that's a fucking riot. And second, what are they doing? They stand in a line and then they push the crowd back? How much training does that need? Talking about shields and helmets and stuff. Yeah, well, cops get those. Police officers have those. In fact, usually during big protests, regular police officers get the riot gear. Like, the riot gear is already kind of allocated to the police officers, you know? Like, the SWAT team is just, those are the guys who get the fucking... Eh. Riot control is different from SWAT, isn't it? Yeah, but like, look at the situation SWAT gets deployed. We were just talking about like extra, you know, like special situations for cop use. I guess what I'm saying is that like, it's pretty obvious the problems that we're having with crime have nothing to do with police equipment, you know? Credit where credit's due, the drone seems useful, but that's not really what we're talking about. I've only ever seen a SWAT team when someone in my dorm room was freaking out on psychedelics. Classic. Classic.
Baby.
I did played the audio for a second. Fuck you. Got my wisdom teeth pulled. That stuff hurts. Well, I hope they put you under first. DNC subcommittee recommends redoing vice chair elections. Yeah, looks like it. They're so upset with David Hogg trying to primary useless members of Congress that they're looking to redo the vice chair elections and replace him. Which is, you know, that's how you instill trust in a neutral Democratic Party. When you don't like the outcome of an election for your administration, you redo it. The DNC's Credentials Subcommittee has recommended that the party should once again hold vice chair elections over complaints there were issues with how the balloting was conducted. And you're never going to guess, folks, the excuse that they're using for why the election should be redone for the vice chair. Oh, it's not because they don't like David Hogg. It's because of like wokeness or something. There's some women who are saying that like the results of the election weren't woke enough. Like it was supposed to be a woman or something. I don't fucking know. I don't really care. The results are what the results are. Wade Hogg is the one pushing to primary useless incumbents. Yeah. I don't really trust him that much, but like the fact that the DNC is reacting this way to what is essentially a push to do like get the do-nothings and nobodies out of the way, you know, feels pretty dead. Feels pretty dead. Yeah, I'll play the video. It's that a woman was supposed to get the seat. I just don't care about women. I just don't care. And we know they're only doing this because they want to get rid of Hogg.
Out with the DNC vice chair, and that message that he has, as Avery mentioned, out with the old
in with the new. That is what DNC Vice Chair David Hogg is saying. His group, Leaders We Deserve, is planning to spend $20 million to boost young primary challengers against Democratic incumbents. This as Dems try to find their way a little bit out of the woods after that 2024 defeat. But are these new fresh faces the answer? Well, DNC Vice Chair David Hogg joins me now to talk about all of that. Welcome in, David. Always good to have you.
You know, it kind of freakish, but David Hogg looks a little bit like Charlie Kirk to me. There is like a phrenological similarity there that I find a little disquieting. Maybe that's why I don't trust him.
I guess I want to ask, how are you making the choice of who to endorse? Is age the only factor here? And also, how are you making the choice of who to challenge in a primary?
Absolutely. Well, look, I think the first most important thing here is to understand it isn't necessarily just out with the old and in with the new. I would say it's out with the ineffective and in with the effective. That is what we are doing here. Far too many people in our party, our approvals are awful right now. Any person that has eyes can see that. We are at 27% approval with our base, and we need dramatic change. I've talked to thousands of people around the country that are demanding that.
It genuinely, the fact that this is even a discussion, like the fact that there's any debate at all over the idea that there should be standards for being a part of the Democratic Party, and that if you're ineffective, you should be replaced with people who are effective, when the country's being torn apart like in an unprecedented fashion by a fascist administration, and when the party is experiencing record low approval ratings. The fact that this is controversial is unbelievable. And keep in mind, it's only controversial within the ranks of the Democratic Party. I guarantee you the average Democratic voter right now, if posed the question, hey, do you think we should primary useless safe seat Democrats who won't stand up to Trump with people who will? They would say yes. I can't imagine the average Democratic voter would disagree with that prospect. It's just that this entire fucking party is a Make-A-Wish Foundation project to the elderly. It's a program to reward them for longevity and for loyalty. Like a lot of these people, a lot of the elected officials within the Democratic Party legitimately just think of their job as like a rote bureaucratic middleman position where they exist to maintain the status quo and do nothing else. And they are being blindsided right now by the realization that they actually have to do politics and that a lot of lives are on the line. Like this didn't even occur to them. It hasn't occurred to them for decades, you know? There were a lot of neocons, a lot of like rhinos early on in the first Trump administration who also felt that way. The difference is their party, the Republican Party, shaped up and started threatening them and forcing them into line, which is, from a political perspective, exactly what they should have done. People either got forced out or they were forced to shape up. And now they don't have that problem. Now the entire Republican Party is a lockstep, unified, fascist political bloc, which is bad for us. But politically, it was very smart of them. Democrats are 8 years late to this. 8 years late. And they still haven't made the switch. A lot of their members still think because Biden won, because fucking Biden won, man. Because Biden won in 2020. They thought Trump was an anomaly. They thought, oh, thank God, I thought things were going to be different. But now they're not going to be. The long nightmare is over.
Change. And the work that we're doing here is not just to help elect better people in a lot of these cases challenging incumbent Democrats. It's also to help younger people that are running in open blue seats and in competitive races as well. We're not challenging people that are running in frontline districts that could risk us potentially losing the House. But ultimately, we know that our party has to do a much better job of showing our base that we are here to fight for them. And we're seeing the results of that. People like AOC, Chris Murphy, Senator Van Hollen, others around the country are fighters that are on the front lines out there showing people what we're doing to stand up and fight back against Donald Trump's agenda, are raising incredible amounts of money. And that is going to be super important going forward to help candidates around the country, especially in our frontline districts as well, because people want to see that we are fighting for them. And far too many of our young people feel like we've given up on them. They feel like we're not here fighting for them. And they feel like the American dream is
I want AOC to put on a pair of raw salvage denim.
To revive it.
What's your criteria? What districts would you pick to focus on and what districts would you not? I'll give you a good example. Would you support, for example, AOC, who you just mentioned, in a primary against Chuck Schumer for Senate?
Well, this cycle, we're focused on House seats in particular. Those are the types of seats that we are focused on because we want to be as effective as possible in helping to give these young people a chance. A lot of the candidates we're working with are under the age of 35. So as you can imagine, working with Senate candidates that becomes a little more difficult. But really what we're looking at here is not just, oh, is this an older person? Like there are older people that are very effective in our party too. People like Nancy Pelosi and Jan Schakowsky and others.
Answer the specific question. The specific question is a trap. Obviously, Schumer is extremely unpopular and also a collaborationist and a fascist piece of shit, and he will rot in hell after he dies. But he is also the Senate minority leader. So what he's trying to do is get Hogg to essentially say that he stands against the very wealthy and powerful Senate minority leader. It's a trap. This interviewer is not being honest, at least not sympathetic to the cause.
Others, I would argue, been some of our most.
Is Chuck Schumer a name that you'd put in that bid?
See,
as someone who's
see this shit? He's not actually talking about the underlying argument or the point. He's essentially saying, oh, so as a logical extrapolation of your argument, you're saying that you're making an enemy of this very powerful insider Democrat? You're saying you're making an enemy of him? You want to go up against Chuck Schumer, the Wall Street Senate Democrat? You wanna? Oh, you wanna? That's what he's doing. Fuck this piece of shit.
Effective and older in the party?
You know, there's certainly disagreements in our party right now of certain tactics.
That doesn't sound like a yes.
See, this is like this guy is an agent of the enemy. This guy is as much our enemy as anybody on Fox News.
For sure. But I will say we're in a really difficult position right now. We are in the minority in our party, and there's disagreements over how to handle that. Certainly, I have my disagreements with the leader at times, but ultimately, we have to realize that we're all on the same side here of moving our party forward and getting back into the majority. And sometimes that's going to include having disagreements with what our leadership is doing. But ultimately, that's part of what makes our party great. We're not a cult. We allow disagreement, and we're not led by a strong man like Donald Trump, who says, if you don't agree with me, there is no place for you here in the party. And certainly, there are people who don't agree with me in doing these tactics either. But ultimately, I know we're all on the same side here of getting back to winning, and everybody wants to see a party that fights for them.
David, you mentioned there are some folks who don't agree with you here. I mean, Ken Martin, chair of the DNC, has said that it's not the party's position to take sides in a primary. I want to put on your screen something that Sheldon Whitehouse said on ABC's This Week just last month. You see it there. We are in a fight for our democracy. He goes on to say you can't fight in the dugout when you're trying to score runs on the field. So I guess my question is, what do you say to those who say you're hurting the Democratic Party here by what you're doing?
See, like, this interviewer is obviously not on his side. The argument is, at its face value, ridiculous. We're talking about rooting out the ineffective members of Congress. Like, these people are doing anything to begin with. Their existence in the party is the reason we lost to Trump.
What I would say to them is look at the results of the people that are out there fighting right now, the people that are on the front lines that are leading.
Real affirmation of the fact, though, that the real enemy to these people is the left, not Republicans. They will be ineffective against Republicans, but when if there's any threat from like left populists taking over safe seats in the party, that's when they freak out, plant their feet, and act like this is the existential threat to the party. That's when they start redoing elections to unseat people in the vice chair seat.
The charge like AOC, Bernie Sanders, people like Chris Murphy and others, they are raising incredible amounts of money that is going to be essential because we're getting emails every day to our organization. And I know campaigns around the country are getting emails saying, if you don't dramatically change things in your party, I'm not going to support you. I'm not going to donate. And that is an existential threat to everybody in our party and making sure that we're able to come into a majority. And what I would say to that baseball metaphor in particular is, look, if you have a team that is failing to, get on base, you need some new players, and making sure that you're not threatening the House majority while doing that is incredibly important. And that is why we're not challenging Democratic incumbents that are in very competitive seats in the general election. But we know that our party is the Democratic Party. We know that we need our base to know that we're here to fight for them. And we've seen incredible examples, whether it's Hakeem Jeffries, who got involved through multiple Democratic primaries, whether it's AOC or even people like Cory Booker. Our party has had an openness for a long time to this. And this idea that the litmus test of who should be in a position is dependent on how long they have been there is ridiculous. It should be how effective have they been while being there.
That was a pretty smart response from Hogg there. Not only playing with the sports metaphor and doing a good job of rebutting it as well, but also praising Hakeem Jeffries, someone who I and he knows to be ineffective in like a specific context. Because again, like the accusation that's being implicitly thrown out by the interviewer is, oh, so you want to unseat the big boys, like, you know, you want to guarantee your own downfall then. All right. So it's a smart response, you know. Good instincts, I think. Yeah, Hogg's been in the front lines for a while. You know, it makes sense that he would develop a good instinct for understanding when he's being met with you know, met with this kind of behavior. Hogg's trying to save face for corruption. His PAC spent $12K on congressional runs in 2024, while 80% went to consults. Yeah, there. So that's, I said earlier, I don't necessarily trust Hogg. It seems like he's had some ineffective spending on a PAC before. I'm mostly talking about like the sentiment that he's expressing here, not necessarily the PAC that he specifically has run. But this isn't a matter of having an attention span. It's ironic that you would accuse us of not having one when I said, like, at the beginning of this bit, that I don't necessarily trust Hogg. So it seems like you're the one who needs to pay attention. I support the argument. Also, keep in mind that, like, we're talking about national elections here. We're talking about billions and billions of dollars circulating. If some money gets misappropriated or consultants get made wealthy, great, that's the Democratic Party for you. But please, God, we need to do something about the Democratic Party. Like, Jesus, like, we're in such a bad position right now, you know? Like, it's basically you know, it's like kind of the end of the country, right? Not to be dramatic or anything, but like, it's just going to be more of this with no end in sight. Just a nonstop, all of our civil services eroding, everything getting worse, income inequality getting worse, reactionary sentiments getting normalized because capital owners front it disingenuously to use it as an excuse for why the country's being more and more deprived. Like, it could go on like this for decades. I don't think it's overly dramatic. I mean, I think like we've seen this happen to countries in real life before. We didn't expect it would happen here, but hey, that's life, you know? I'm just saying, like, I'm not really in a position to go like, oh, well, this person who's suggesting reform within the one political party that has the, you know, national apparatus capable of stopping them is personally been ineffective in his, you know, PAC contributions. Like, okay, yeah, I know. I'm taking that into account.
David Hogg, vice chair of the DNC. David.
That is who he is. Say it, don't spray it. Hogg argued that because of his announcement that his organization would support primary challengers, the DNC has, quote, made it clear they were going to remove me. I ran to be DNC vice chair to help make the Democratic Party better, not to defend an indefensible status quo that has caused voters in almost every demographic group to move away from us. The DNC has pledged to remove me, and this vote has provided an avenue to fast-track that effort. You're... In response to the decision, DNC Chair Ken Martin said he was, quote, disappointed to learn that before I became chair, there was a procedural error in the February vice chair elections. What a fucking snake, dude. Are you kidding me? That's all, that's Ken Martin saying, oh, sorry to hear. Oh, it is with deep personal sorrow that I learn of the fact that regrettably we're going to have to redo those elections on the people of David Hogg's seat, the guy who's challenging me. Has Wickler made a statement on this stuff? No, he's out. Genuinely feels like the Dems just want us to die. It's all institutions exist to serve themselves, and for the Democrats, that's just like a, you know, a retirement program for a few hundred 80-somethings. That's the program. Yeah, it's not that they want you to die. It's just they don't care about you. Republicans want you to die. Sorry, I'm just looking at Ken Martin's Twitter, where the chair of the DNC barely posts. The last thing he posted was a retweet of Vice Chair Kenyatta's statement on Trump, which is great and all. Not really reserving much in the way of good words for Hogg. Why do Dems keep doing this game of calling out rule breaking but not doing anything to stop it? Well, Dems don't have a lot of power right now, but even if they did, they just don't really believe in doing politics. Who are the... I really quickly, I want to find out the women who are contesting the results of the vice chair election. There were like 3 women who said that they were mistreated or they weren't given fair consideration because they're women and it needs to be like gender equal or something. Kalen Free, an attorney from Oklahoma who failed to secure a vice chair position during the February election, filed a complaint alleging the DNC improperly combined 2 separate questions into a single vote, a structure she said disadvantaged female candidates under the party's gender parity rules. I don't care. I'm trying to find her socials. But Vosh, it's probably her turn. Yeah, probably. I can't find much about the Kalen Free person. Apart from the fact that she looks woke, allegedly. See? Wokeness. Women are woke. You know that's right. Does she even have socials? Wait, I think I found something. At least a little something. I spoke with Kalen Free, who was challenging David Hogg's DNC spot long before he pledged to spend $20 million funding challenges. This challenge is separate and apart from what Mr. Hogg has said in the last 2 weeks. Well, I guess it's good that she's not like the disagreement comes before the thing that's trying to oust, or the you know, the drama that's leading to the ousting of David Hogg. That being said, she does say, we are losing rural America, and I know how to win in rural America. That is what I'd be campaigning on, which is like the worst possible thing. In 2024, Donald Trump won with every single demographic. every demographic, every single one, with the exception of like highly educated women or something, shifted to the right. Why would you go after the most inaccessible, most like it's just more of the like delusional DNC fetishism of the idea that, you know, you can win by like reaching out to the direct opposition, as opposed to like building a party that actually speaks to something and inspires Americans in general. The classic Chuck Schumer, yeah, for every like progressive we lose, we'll pick up two like middle class centrist voters in rural Pennsylvania or something. They really do believe non-voters will never vote, don't they? Yeah, they just don't believe in anything. Oh. In her complaint, shared with Semaphore by a Democratic source, Free argued she lost a fatally flawed election that violated the DNC charter and discriminated against 3 women of color candidates, and asks for 2 new vice chair elections. In February, after several rounds of voting, the race came down to 5 candidates: Kenyatta, Hogg, Free, and 2 other women. Kenyatta and Hogg claimed the open spots. By aggregating votes across ballots and failing to distinguish between gender categories in a meaningful way, the DNC's process violated its own charter and bylaws, undermining both fairness and gender diversity, argued Free, a citizen of Choctaw Nation. Okay. So it was Hogg and 4 women. No, Hogg, another guy, and 3 women, and the 2 men won. I guess it just feels like we have bigger things on our plate right now than enforcing gender parity. So do-nothing moderates can run the DNC because they're women. In my opinion. I do still want to know a little bit more about why David Hogg was able to get the why the fuck is Bill Maher wearing a tuxedo with a long tie? Whatever. How he was able to get people like Bill Maher and that other dipshit agreeing with him. Who's the other guy? Carville? Yeah, Carville.
And standing up and shaking men. I mean, those
to account. There were also a lot of young people who just said the wrong thing or did the wrong thing. And I mean, what happened to Aziz Ansari, who's a famous person, but
right. Cancel culture, etc., etc.
sometimes it's not just a messaging problem that you have, it's a broader messenger problem that you have in the first place. And what we're trying to do is bring in some new messengers that are not only more equipped to fight in this moment against Donald Trump and build the Democratic Party into being a true opposition party. We're also trying to make sure that we're giving voters the best options that they can in our safer blue districts while supporting candidates that are in purple districts at the same time.
David Hogg, Vice Chairman of the Democratic National Committee.
Too bad. My quality bad. An hour-long Dave Rubin stream saying David Hogg regrets Real Time with Bill Maher interview as Dems oust him as DNC head. Okay.
He would, just putting aside, I don't know, probably not, but this national committee. And this seemed rather odd because he's basically just a kid who has he's just never accomplished anything. Like, do you want someone who's at 19 years old is a lifelong politician? That is a massive indictment of our party. Last month, my organization announced that it would primary ineffective members of Congress who are not meeting the moment. But you might want to take someone who's probably between, say, 40 and 60 and has some life experience.
People especially get by so that they're able to focus on their lives and, you know, getting with a young woman or something like that instead of how are they going to pay their rent, for example, or how are they working their 2 jobs. Young people should be able to focus on what young people should be focused on, which is how to get laid and how to go and have fun.
Us to hell, right? It's not somebody saying, I'm doing bad, join me on my quest for evil. That's just not how it works. Now, interestingly, he does say, and it got a laugh, and there's something to it, that at the end of the day, young people, you want just like a flourishing thing, you don't have to worry about your 2 jobs, so you could go get laid. Now, I say on the show all the time.
That's a fun quote. Yeah, it's also like obviously true, right? It definitely doesn't help the Democrats that the Democratic Party comes across as like boring and sexless. It does. It 100% does. Not just the politicians, I mean, but the messaging. That's not just a wokeness thing or whatever, but like it's obviously true. It comes with the technocracy. It's like a dickless ideology, basically. You know, you need a captivating narrative about how you're promoting like goodness in life, not just minor decreases in like mortgage interest rates or whatever. That doesn't captivate people. Sometimes the way Democrats talk, they talk like accountants getting really, really excited describing the benefits of the new credit card they just got. And nobody knows what the fuck they're talking about. They're like, yeah, I get like 10% back, 10% cash back when I spend this card on affiliated hotels. And it also applies to anything I buy at the restaurants at the hotels. People are like, that's really cool, man. Do you want to like play your game, or are we just going to... Are we done bowling? You know, it's just, it doesn't hold people. That's how they write policy too. Yeah. Maybe the class divides are too wide. It doesn't have to do with class divides. It just has to do with like the general approach. Republicans have a holistic approach to politics. That is to say, Republican messaging from their grifters up to the top. Well, they're all grifters, I guess, but from the bottom to the top, their messaging is holistic. Every element of your life is covered by Republican ideology. How should you be dressing, flirting, fucking, spending your time? Should you be exercising? What hobbies are okay or not okay to have? How should you be saving, spending, whatever? It's all covered. Democrats, not so much. Democrats have a set of principles, and they're mostly about like basic fiscal policy and maybe a few social policies. Apart from that, it's do what you want, you know? They don't really have a doctrine that stretches from bottom to top, you know? No. Ramble, ramble, ramble. Excuse me. On the other hand, what sweatshirt is that? Nice way to pull me from a topic. I got it from a thrift store. It's Ralph Lauren. At a thrift store, good find. Yeah, no kidding, right? So is there like anything we can do to make it clear where the voters stand in this DNC BS? Apart from voting and protesting, not really, no. I mean, like unfortunately, like in this country, we have a very weak civil society relative to the power of our corporations, of our institutions, you know? And the Democratic Party has just not opened itself up meaningfully to criticism, you know? Like, it's not, they're so immune to it. They're so allergic to it. I mean, they're trying to oust David Hogg for even the light suggestion that you shouldn't be an elected official if you're fucking useless, right? It's very difficult to do anything with, you know? Okay. How are we doing in the Middle East? Trump finally lifting Syrian sanctions. Oh no, Trump is the greatest ally to the Middle East the world has ever known. Actually, literally, you give the man a McDonald's meal, you know, a Happy Meal, and he'll get along with you. It's fantastic. I mean, he said he wants greatness for Iran. Good Lord. Unless you're Palestinian, if Hamas had gathered the money to buy him a jet, I think he would have taken their side against Israel. But no, they rolled out all the honors. They did a full-on like airport greeting for Donald Trump in Saudi Arabia. You got the purple carpet. Trump's wearing the purple tie. They coordinated beforehand. That's how you know they're in tight. Looking good. Royalty? Well, yeah, it's the Saudi royal family. I mean, Saudi Arabia is still mostly a wasteland, so, you know, you get what you get. I do like the tiling, though. I do like the tiling. Looking good. We've got like a little, what would the term for this be? Not a gondola. What am I thinking? What's the term? Canopy? Gazebo! Thank you! That's what I'm thinking. Gazebo. Got a cute little gazebo here. Very nice. They're making him walk. Are you suggesting they should have brought him out like a palanquin, you know? Have a bunch of guys carry him? Yes? I wouldn't be opposed to it. Look at how much fun they're having. Saudi Arabia... the golden guns. Saudi Arabia is without a doubt one of the most evil countries in the world. At the moment, though, it seems like they're kind of chilling. Like, Saudi Arabia is incredibly evil, but as a consequence of their relationship to Israel... Swords? Those are swords? Oh, you know, those are swords. Wait, where's the... They have something here and something here. Is this the dagger and then that's the sword? Yeah? Okay. Because it was... I was looking at this, and because it was disconnected, I thought it was like a weird, like, antiquated rifle butt. Yeah, I looked briefly, whatever. Anyway, golden sword. Like, that's less cool than a golden gun? Come on. Aura? Oh, yeah. Love posing with my portrait. Looking pretty much exactly the way I do in the portrait, too. You know, recently taken. Or painted? I don't know. Golden gun swords? They could be gun swords. Gun swords are a thing. They exist. They're not good. But they, you know, it's possible. Saudi Arabia rolls out custom mobile McDonald's for Trump visit. Hell yes. Finally, America is getting the respect it deserves on the international stage. Trump's reception was filled with symbolic detail. American and Saudi flags fluttered throughout the Capitol. The all-American fleet of police vehicles formed a visible security perimeter around key sites. Greeted on the tarmac by Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman himself, a rare diplomatic honor. That is pretty rare. Joe Biden met a provincial governor on Air Force One in comparison. Donald Trump, during a brief appearance with Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman at the start of a bilateral meeting, said, "I really believe we like each other a lot." He really is the most bribable president in the world, isn't he? It's genuinely incredible. No, he really is like forming a new era with the Middle East. And I genuinely think it's because the Gulf states recognize that their best shot at disempowering Israel is literally just to suck up to Trump, a guy who doesn't have the MIC connections or the ideological predilections to be biased towards Israel, like, by default, you know? Trump has no problem getting along with dictators. And also, like, honestly, aside from being, like, generally racist, I don't think Trump cares that much about Muslims either. He had the Muslim ban during his first term, but honestly, I kind of got the feeling, and I think this is even more true now, I don't think that was really about Muslims. I think he just wanted a group he could target to, like, keep out of the country, right? Like, I don't think that was born of some, like, internal, deep-seated hatred of Muslims specifically. He is racist, of course, but I think it's more like, well, who could he get away with doing a big nation or religious ban against? You get some applause doing it to them, you build the wall, you get some applause, whatever, it doesn't matter. Does he have 9/11 brain, though? No, he does not. I promise you, there's nothing on earth that Trump gives less of a shit about than 9/11. He might be the least concerned New Yorker in the world with regard to that particular event. Even with his tower in NYC? You mean the tower that was now taller, like relative to the rest of the skyline after 9/11? You mean the tower that went up in value because of the real estate, situation in the neighborhood in Manhattan? Yeah, okay. I think that some Syrian government officials are actually considering, like, investing in Trump property in the United States. I mean, this is also like a quid pro quo thing. I can't believe this is how Israel's getting disempowered on the world stage. It's crazy. Israel could get away with just bullying and beleaguering Joe Biden, but Trump is so egotistical and so unbound by the mores of... They're trying to tell us Trump's 6'3", by the way. Trump is wearing heeled dress shoes here. They're trying to tell us he's 6'3". Come on. He's the shortest one ever. Look at how big this guy is. That guy's probably like 6'5" or something. They probably chose like their tallest guys. Israel's thinking, shit, why didn't we just bribe him? Whew. That is quite the chandelier. Look at that. Useless question, but would Kamala have been better or worse for the Palestinians? Listen, I'm not trying to be edgy or contrarian. There's a genuine possibility that Trump ends up being better for the Palestinians, not because he cares about them any more than Biden or Kamala Harris, but because he's so reckless with who he allies with, and so susceptible to bribery that he just ends up pulling from Israel out of, like, personal bias, which is very funny, you know? Extremely funny. Of course, in all likelihood, Israel's going to continue the genocide, but it's possible that, like, Netanyahu's war cabinet has only been able to maintain its power and stability in part because everyone understood that Netanyahu was the through line to America to get continued American support, or at least indifference, on Israel. You know, blocking the UN votes, defending Israel on the world stage, propagandizing in media, that kind of thing, right? But if that's no longer the case, and Trump isn't really buying that anymore because he'd rather just get jets from Qatar or go to, you know, mobile McDonald's in Saudi Arabia, if he's no longer got that association, maybe some other people in Netanyahu's war cabinet, some opportunistic, power-hungry motherfuckers, are like, hey, this is my shot, you know? I can take power here. All I have to do is be better to Saudi Arabia and the United States and Donald Trump than Netanyahu has been. And I can basically just chill and take advantage of this like wasteland of a former democracy that I will be controlling. You get me? There's a reason Netanyahu wants to bomb Iran so badly, and it's because that state of perpetual warfare justifies his position. You know, if he doesn't get to do that, if Trump reaches some kind of deal with Iran and kind of like invalidates Israel's presence in the region, I mean, look at what happened with the Houthis, right? Negotiations with Saudi Arabia, Israel left off the table. Negotiations with Houthis, Israel left off the table. Negotiations with Syria, Israel left off the table. Negotiations with Iran, Israel left off the table. Hamas releases the last American hostage they have as a sign of goodwill. It's not looking good. It's not looking good at all for Netanyahu. It seems like, you know, all of this within 2 weeks. Holy shit, per the BBC article, U.S. President Donald Trump says the U.S. has no stronger partner than Saudi Arabia during his major foreign trip. A whirlwind visit of Gulf countries mainly focused on shoring up investment. He's the most bribable president in history. It's phenomenal. He speaks their language and they speak his. They understand the deal. The Saudi Arabian, like Saudi Arabia isn't even a real country. It's an oil company with a fiefdom attached to it, you know? They understand bribery. Oh, man. Dude, holy shit, they really rolled out the welcoming wagon. Oh my God, I have never seen Saudi Arabia put on a performance like this for a foreign leader. Jesus Christ. He loves this shit, Lamau. Oh God, yeah, absolutely. He loves it. He loves it. He loves it. He loves it. Who's he shaking hands with? As he greets Rima bint Bandar Al Saud, Saudi ambassador to the United States, Royal Palace. Okay, gotcha. Saudi Arabia. Gotcha. Fuck, that's funny. We're going to get such a big military parade back here in the States. What's his face? You know he's making a joke about women in this frame. You know for a fact. Trump pushes for... Oh, yeah, this is the live update. Abraham Accords a topic of discussion. In public remarks in Ridai? I don't actually know how to pronounce that. Trump said it was his fervent hope and wish that Saudi Arabia will soon be joining the Abraham Accords and recognize Israel. Saudi Arabia long has maintained that recognition of Israel is tied to the establishment of a Palestinian state along the lines of Israel's 1976 or 67 borders. We'll see. He's going to meet with the Syrian president? That's crazy. Dude, Assad was overthrown like 6 months ago. Giuliani on the way up, dude. Holy shit. I'm confirming this was Giuliani because he changed his name. I don't know why. Maybe it's a cultural thing. That was Abu al-Giulani, the guy who led the insurrection against Assad in less than 6 months, it seems. Giuliani is a war name. That's the coolest thing I've ever heard. Okay, so let's not dead name him. Ahmad el-Shara will, in like no time at all, meeting with the U.S. president. Absolutely phenomenal. Jesus H. Christ. All this was off the cuff, too. And how, by the way, did Syria secure this direct contact with the United States president? Trump towered Damascus. Syria seeks to charm U.S. president for sanctions relief. It worked. Less than 24 hours after this article was put out, Trump pledged to drop sanctions against Syria. Incredible. A Trump tower in Damascus, a détente with Israel, and U.S. access to Syria's oil and gas are part of Ahmed al-Shara's strategic pitch to try to get FaceTime with U.S. President Donald Trump during his trip to the Middle East, and it worked. And it worked. That's actually fantastic. I mean, I am glad that sanctions are being lifted on Syria because their odds of making it in the world in a post-Assad Syria are a lot better if you know, if they're not facing down those sanctions. This just makes me so much angrier at the Democrats. Unironically, and listen, obviously a lot of what Trump is doing here is sucking up to dictators, but isn't it crazy how much you can get done if you just have some balls? I'm not joking, by the way. I know that in this case, Trump is just very susceptible to bribery, but like, look at how many things can be done. When you're not a gigantic pussy who tiptoes around the entire world, you can actually just do shit. It's actually possible to just do shit. It's not just Biden. It's like the entire Western world. It's neoliberalism, right? Liberals used to be like this, by the way. If you go back to fucking Roosevelt, or if you go to Truman or whatever, or Eisenhower, they were much more direct and engaged when it came to their foreign dealings. It's only relatively recently that everything became like fiddly little business dealings, bullshit exchanges of numbers. The US presidency used to mean something. And I understand why fascists find this sort of thing attractive. But don't you think a large part of that is just the ease of corruption and breaking things? Sure, but you could do this without being corrupt. Marching into the Middle East, breaking ties with Israel, and saying, yeah, we're actually going to enter a new era, a new norm of like better relations with the Middle East. We're going to recognize Syria, drop the sanctions. We're going to align more with Saudi Arabia in the recognition of Palestine and the 67 borders as a condition for Israel's official recognition. We're going to drop conflict with the Houthi. Like all of these things, I'm not saying it's easy, and I'm not saying that a Democratic president wouldn't have trouble doing it. I'm just saying, like, I understand why, like, know why fascists are excited by the cult of action, because it is possible to do things. We've lived our entire lives in the shadow of governments that do nothing because they feign weakness, because, well, in reality, they're just like, you know, banal middle managers and accountants for corporations that finance their campaigns. Trump's doing this because he's corrupt, but you could do this without being corrupt. It's happened before. Stop talking? I can't. I'm afraid it's my job. I have no choice. Where's the bit in here? Even though it's corrupt, could this still be a good thing? Probably not, because this probably, like, in the long run, like, this probably just means, Trump is going to be executing people who push for solar energy here in the United States so that we're more dependent on Saudi oil. It's like, I sincerely doubt this is going to work out well. I'm more talking about the exercise of authority and power, right? I'm just saying, like, it is important to understand that, like, we have been raised, for most of us, I mean, I'm 31, but we've been raised in an era where we accept that politicians basically can't do anything and nothing ever changes. And there's nothing innate about politics that makes that true at all. Not even remotely. It doesn't have to be like that. It wasn't like that for most of human history. It's a very specific window of time during which we basically locked in the status quo and said, from now on, the job of politicians is to not fundamentally change these rules, but to argue over proxy cultural issues to justify tweaking them in either direction. And that got changed by Trump in the United States in the direction of bad. But that doesn't mean it couldn't happen in the direction of good. And stuff like this is a reminder of that. Not him getting bribed by, you know, monarchy, but him being able to just do like, oh, fuck it, 4-day tour. I'm just going to fundamentally rewrite our relationship with the Middle East. You can just do that. Ah, the donors won't like it. Okay, make them like it. You're the president. Ah, but it's difficult. There's norms. You might break things. Yeah, that's life. You're a politician. Sometimes breaking things is part of the process of making things better. You can't ever make anything better if you're not willing to at least try. Anyway. Cult of action, etc., etc. Damn, he's been doing a lot. Trump says he and Saudi Crown Prince like each other a lot. Trump to stay at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in Riyadh. Yeah. Trump visits birthplace of the Saudi monarchy. Netanyahu says there is no way Israel will halt its war in Gaza as Trump tours Middle East, of course, because he feels the need to reaffirm that. The Israeli prime minister says any ceasefire deal with Hamas would be temporary. See, this is his one trick. This is his one card. Saudi businessman says Trump administration understands the reality of fossil fuels. Yeah. An air-conditioned family picture. Of course it's air-conditioned. It's Saudi Arabia, man. Senate Democratic leader says he'll hold up justice nominations till he gets answers in the plane. Yeah. Happy to know that Chuck Schumer's issues with appointing or approving the nominated candidates for a fascist administration is the corruption element and not the fascist administration element. Chuck Schumer's like, no, I don't have an issue with this team, this gaggle of like lunatic fascist pseudo lawyers you're bringing on to undermine our Constitution. But I'm going to need answers on the obvious bribe, the 50,000th instance of obvious bribery that you've engaged in. Thank you. Musk warmed up the crowd for Trump and the Crown Prince. That's great, man. I cannot believe he's meeting with al-Shara. I genuinely can't believe it. That's so fucking wild. Do you have any idea how many leaders there are that have, through insurgency, retaken their countries and have wallowed and languished in obscurity for decades without official recognition from the West? And all it takes is, we'll let you build a Trump Tower in Damascus. About that Schumer threat. Senate GOP whip dismisses Schumer's idle threat on Trump nominees. Why wouldn't they? They know he's dickless and won't actually do anything. They know he's like an operative, that he's like an asset to the right. So, why would they care? Trump in Saudi Arabia's speech to urge Iran toward a new and better path as he pushes for new nuclear deal. Let me pull that up. Hold on. Trump, Saudi Arabia. We should see a speech, shouldn't we? Speech. An hour, 38 minutes. I doubt the whole thing is Trump. Then again, he is a lot more spry than Biden.
Well, thank you very much. It's an honor to be here. What a great place. What a great place, but more importantly, what great people. I want to thank His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, for that incredible introduction. He's an incredible man. Known him a long time now. There's nobody like him. Thank you very much. Appreciate it very much, my friend. And it's a tremendous honor to return to this beautiful kingdom and be welcomed back with such extraordinary generosity and warmth. I've never forgotten the exceptional hospitality showed to us by King Solomon, who's just, we talk about a great man. That is a great man. That is a great man, a great family. Now, that visit took place exactly 8 years ago. The graciousness of the royal family and the Saudi people is really
Wow. Sorry, I'm looking at a link on my other monitor. The White House announced today what it called the largest defense sales agreement in history, a series of deals with Saudi Arabia for state-of-the-art warfighting equipment and training worth a total of nearly $142 billion. Fuck, I think Israel might actually be done. Genuinely. If we're giving Saudi Arabia a bigger arms package than any individual one we ever gave Israel, that's insane. I mean, obviously the MIC loves this, but like Israel, it might have actually overstepped. Like they might have gotten too toxic for their own good. Womp womp.
unsurpassed no matter where you go. Let me also thank the countless ministers, government officials, business leaders, and distinguished guests for that warm welcome. Very warm, and I know so many of you. I'd like to call out all of your names, but we have a lot of problems. Would be here for a long time.
And what does anyone think they're going to do with those new toys? Fire them in the air at their weddings, I assume, based on what I've seen on social media. I don't know. I mean, the only like military engagement that Saudi Arabia has really been committed to recently is Yemen, but they've been pulling back from Yemen, largely because nothing they do seems to reduce the number of Houthis. It's been causing them trouble. They're just looking to sell it, right? Saudi Arabia has an ungodly amount of money because they don't spend it on shit, and they make a lot of it selling oil. And we have weapons, and we want to sell them, and we want money. It's all petrodollar stuff anyway. I mean, we're basically just exchanging our excess production, you know?
I don't want that, so don't be upset. With this historic state visit, we celebrate more than 80 years of close partnership between the United States and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Ever since President Franklin Roosevelt met with King Solomon's father, King Abdul Aziz, aboard the USS Quincy in 1945, the U.S.-Saudi relationship has been a bedrock of security and prosperity. Today, we reaffirm this important bond, and we take the next steps to make our relationship closer, stronger, and more powerful than ever before. It is more powerful than ever before. And by the way, it will remain that way. We don't go in and out like other people. It will remain that way. I've come this afternoon to talk about the bright future of the Middle East, but first let me begin by sharing the abundance of good news from a place called America. In less than 4 months, our new administration has achieved more than most other administrations accomplish in 4 years or even 8 years. We've actually done, for the most part, more. The day I took office, we inherited, thank you. Thank you. The day I took office, we inherited a colossal invasion on our southern border, an invasion like you'd never want to see here. Nobody should ever want to see it. But within weeks, we slashed illegal border crossings to an all-time low, down 99.999%. That's good, even for this great gentleman standing right in front of me. That's a good number. We had hundreds of thousands of people. They came in at the same time last year, and last month we had, in this massive border.
This is a big blow for the energy independence crowd, IMO. No one actually ever believed in that, the energy independence thing. Energy independence loses us money. Yeah, I don't know, man. That like it's just, if you ever want to match this kind of power, as a Democrat, a leftist, whatever, this is the shit president should be doing. It is. Do big foreign tours. Do shit that'll get written into the history books, like Nixon going to China, you know? You're not like a tweely little diplomat. You're not like a middle manager. You're not like a fucking technocratic advisor. You're not a consultant. You're a fucking celebrity. You are. That's what being the president is. You're the head of state. You won a popular election. Your power is built on your popularity. Offer deals to countries in exchange for doing gigantic speeches where they roll out the carpet for you and you declare, you know, your ideological priorities or whatever, or your deep, enduring. Like, don't just follow the trends set by previous presidents. Make new ones. Make new trends. Set things in stone so people who come after you will themselves be terrified to undo what you've done. Biden literally did, though, and nobody cared. Biden admin approves potential multi-billion-dollar arms sale to Saudi Arabia and UAE. You're not listening. Do you understand the difference between the link that you gave me and what we're looking at right now? Biden did a dickless little meeting with a regional governor and then approved billions of dollars in arms sales to Saudi Arabia. For what? Why? What? For what reason? No one cares. No one knows. It's meaningless. It's lost to history. Trump is getting a massive purple carpet rolled out for him for a gigantic 4-day Middle Eastern tour where he fundamentally rewrites our relationship to the entire subcontinent. He's tearing things up, man. He's doing it off the cuff. Netanyahu's sweating in his fucking office. It's not just about doing things. It's about doing things with pizzazz, acting with the power that you know you have.
Three people that got in.
Obama was like this? Not really, no. Obama was popular, but he didn't fundamentally rewrite much of anything, to be honest with you. That was the whole problem. You're just thinking he was charismatic, which he is and was. But that's not the same. You have to make everything an event, a proper event. The Iran deal was kind of a thing. Yes, yes. In his 8 years, he got the Iran deal. It was great. He got the Iran deal. That's great. And then it got undone. He did rewrite things with Iran, opened up Cuba. Do you guys not understand the difference in scale of what I'm talking about here? It's not just about the deal.
Quite a difference. And we have no choice but to get a lot of the people that came in because they were not the best people. They were, in many cases, very bad people. We're getting them out. We're getting them out very fast. We're bringing them back to where they came from. We have no choice. After years of military recruiting, shortfalls, enlistments in the U.S. Armed Forces are now the highest in 30 years because there is such an incredible spirit in the United States of America. We have
and do this. Go to foreign countries and do speeches about the evils of Republicans. Fucking do it, you pussy. You piece of shit. You were, if you're a Democrat, if you're a left-leaning individual, you were elected to push back against that. Why the fuck aren't you making that a central tenet of your platform? Why is dickless centrism the only thing you can talk about? Over and over and over and over again.
Tremendous spirit again. Just about a year ago, it was a big story, front page on every paper all over the world, that nobody wanted to enlist in our military, meaning we were way under enlisted. And just last week it came out that we had the strongest enlistment. They say 30 years, but probably it's maybe ever. They don't go back that far. It's the best, and that includes police officers, firemen, everything else. Is a great spirit in the United States right now. A brand new poll from Rasmussen just showed that the number of Americans who believe the nation is on the right track, they have a right track, wrong track, is now the highest in over 20 years. And it hasn't been anything like this because for many years it was the wrong track. And I can tell you for the last 4 years it was definitely the wrong track, but it's the highest it's been in many years.
This is really captivating stuff.
renamed the Gulf of Mexico into the Gulf of America. That was very popular, other than perhaps with Mexico. And most importantly, for the people in this room, the days of economic misery under the last administration are rapidly giving way to the greatest economy in the history of the world. We are rocking. The United States is the hottest country, with the exception of your country, I have to say, right? I'm not going to take that on. No, Mohammed, I'm not going to take that on. Wouldn't that be a terrible thing if I made that full statement? But I will not do it. You're hotter. At least as long as I'm up here, you're hotter. But groceries, gasoline, energy, and all other prices are down with no inflation. We have no inflation, and in a few short weeks, we've created 464,000 brand new jobs. Think of that. It's almost 500,000 jobs created just in a matter of weeks. We just reached a historic...
Is he sick? He's like 80 years old. Also, it's probably pretty warm over there. He's been talking about that.
Trade agreement with the United Kingdom, and over the weekend we reached a breakthrough agreement with China. Both outstanding deals. China's agreed. We have to get it down. We have to get the little details down. And Scott, you're going to work on that very hard, but China's agreed to open up to the United States for trade and everything else. But they have to do it, so we'll see what happens. But we had a very, very good meeting with both of those countries. We are cutting 10 old regulations for every new regulation. We're getting rid of all of the red tape that is so many, frankly, countries, as they get older, they develop a lot of red tape, and we're getting rid of it. We're getting rid of it at record levels. And I'm pleased to report that the United States Congress is on the verge of passing the largest tax cut and regulation
we got to
cut
talk about that
in American history. We think we're in good shape to get that. And if we get that, that will be like a rocket ship for our country. In the first quarter of the year, the investment in America was up an astounding 22%. More than $10 trillion of new investments have been announced or are coming just since the election. On
Dumb question. What does he mean by red tape? Red tape is a euphemism referring to like regulation, essentially.
November 5th. So think of that. In a very short period of time, we have over $10 trillion, and it could be much higher than that. Not everybody comes to the White House to have a news conference that they're going to be opening up in America, but they're all coming in at numbers that we've never seen before. If you take a look at other presidencies, they wouldn't do $1 trillion sometime in years. We did this in essentially 2 months because you have to say we got
Isn't Saudi Arabia in a bad place because of the oil stuff? Saudi Arabia has an enormous fund. Like the whole country essentially is an oil company. If they overproduce at cost, they just store more, you know? Their goal right now is to overproduce and sell at a loss in order to undercut the rest of the world, because it's cheaper for them to produce oil than it is for a bunch of other countries. So as a consequence of that, if they undercut other companies, the other companies have to shut down, lower production, close their wells, or otherwise damage their enterprise. Saudi Arabia gets to keep on chugging. They can float that cost.
Into office, and they gave me about a month to clean up and fix up the Oval Office, and after that we started working, and the money is pouring in, the jobs are pouring in, the companies are pouring into our country like we've never seen before. There's never been anything like it, and we let other people tariff us into losing a lot of money and a lot of jobs, and now we're tariffing them, and it's at a level that...
It's going great.
Nobody's seen. It's a level that is making us a very much different country and a very different Republican Party. We won a tremendous victory in November. We won all 7 swing states, the popular vote by millions and millions of votes. The Electoral College, we won by 312 to 226. Remember, they said, well, we could get to 270. We got to 312. That's a big difference. And very importantly, we won counties throughout the United States, 2,660.
Bro, nobody cares. I mean, it doesn't matter, right? This is a business deal, and as a condition of the business deal, they have to pretend to be interested in what he's saying. So, you know, it's not... That's how it is.
To 451. That's why when you look at a map, they're all red. It's all, the whole country is red. Red stands for Republican. From the moment on and from the moment we started, we've seen wealth that just poured and is pouring back into...
Bro, campaigning in Saudi Arabia. If this is another lesson that needs to be learned, you should always be campaigning. ABC. Genuinely. Like, if you're a president, your job isn't just to do things, it's to make the things you're doing popular. You have to be campaigning. Always be campaigning. Every speech, every visit, every interaction with the press, everything. You're always campaigning for your current administration or for your future one.
America. Apple is investing $500 billion. NVIDIA is investing, and I see my friend is here, Jensen. That's very good, wherever you may be. Thank you very much, because he's putting in $500 billion. TSMC is investing. Where is Jensen, by the way? Where is he? He's standing here. Where is he? I just saw Beth. Thank you very much, Jensen. I mean, Tim Cook isn't here, but you are. What a job you've done. He said he's got 99% of the chip market. I don't know. That's a big, that's not easy to beat. But what a job you've done.
All the oligarchs are here.
We are proud to have you in our country. You know that. Thank you for the investment. TSMC is investing $200 billion, and with this trip, we're adding over $1 trillion more in terms of investment into our country and buying our products. And you know, nobody makes military equipment like us. We have the best military equipment, the best missiles, the best rockets, the best everything. Best submarines, by the way. Most lethal weapon in the world. In addition to purchases of $142 billion of American-made military equipment by our great Saudi partners, the largest ever. This week, there are multi-billion-dollar commercial deals with Amazon, Oracle, AMD, they're all here, Uber, Qualcomm, Johnson & Johnson, and many, many more. So I want to congratulate everybody, so many great business executives, many of you, most of you I know, and they're coming in, you know, about a month ago. They weren't that happy when they saw me, and now they're saying, sir, you're doing a great job. Thank you very much. It's amazing what a rising market will do. Oh, it's going to get a lot higher. In fact, I told people 5 weeks ago, this is a great time to buy. I got criticized for that. Now they don't criticize me anymore. People should have listened. But it's going to go a lot higher. You see, we've never had anything like this happen. It's an explosion of investment and jobs, and great companies are coming in. Never seen anything like it.
He really is a generational talent, isn't he? It's remarkable. His brain is soup, but all of his instincts make him a phenomenal politician. Like, with no higher cognitive abilities, he's still capable of just accidentally drifting into, like, just sort of meandering mentally through the weave, and he just hits on the exact behaviors to be the best possible politician for Republicans. Nobody else could do it like him. Nobody else in that party. Not Elon, not Miller, not DeSantis, none of them. It really is incredible. They lucked out with him. They really did.
No better place to make a future or make a fortune, or do anything, frankly, than what we have in the United States of America under a certain president, Donald J. Trump. I have the right attitude. I have the same attitude that the people in the front row, second row, third row have. As you get back, perhaps they start to wane a little bit in terms of their view. But they understand, and we're doing what a lot of smart people would do. And we're not necessarily being politically correct. You saw what we did yesterday with health care. We've cut our health care by 50 to 90%. You're going to see drugs and pharmaceuticals come down at numbers that nobody has ever seen. And drugs, pharmaceuticals, we think will be dropping And it will be a redistribution of costs with other nations, which really took advantage of a very nice group of people that ran our country. But not only is this a time of incredible excitement in the United States, it's also an exhilarating period right here in the Arabian Peninsula. Beautiful place, by the way. Beautiful place. Exactly. Thank you.
What the fuck is that clapping?
Exactly 8 years ago this month, I stood in this very room and looked forward to a future in which the nations of this region would drive the forces of terrorism and extremism, drive them right out of existence, and take your place among the proudest, most prosperous, most successful nations anywhere in the world as leaders of a modern and rising Middle East. So exciting, so exciting.
What does any of this have to do with the Middle East? It doesn't have to have anything to do with the Middle East. He's the president of the United States. He's the one with power. He can do whatever he wants. He can say whatever he wants. That's the point. That's the power that the American president has. We're not like other countries. Saudi Arabia will do or tolerate anything that Trump wants because he knows, or they know he represents an enormous amount of money for their country. He has the power to give them. He's the deal maker. Right? It's an alignment of interest. He's campaigning right now.
Mohammed, you sleep at night? How do you sleep? Huh? Just think it. What a job. He tosses and turns like some of us. Tosses and turns all night. How do I make it even better all night? It's the ones that don't toss and turn.
This is the Biden version of this same speech. Oh, right. So this is when Biden went over to Saudi Arabia, was met by a provincial governor, greeted by a provincial governor at the beginning.
His strategy for the Middle East.
Been making clear that they're going to be focused.
And as a neighboring country with whom we share religious and cultural ties, to cooperate with the countries of the region.
With the likes of Saudi Arabia, UAE, Egypt, Iraq, and so on and so forth. Against Israel in order to pressure it to bring a solution to Palestine, if anything.
Slightly different setting. I mean, obviously the hosts are talking over, but...
As the world grows more competitive and the challenges we face more complex...
Even the microphone is shit.
It's only becoming clear to me that how closely interwoven America's interests are with the successes of the Middle East. We will not walk away and leave a vacuum to be filled by China, Russia, or Iran. We'll seek to build on this moment with active, principled American leadership.
See? You see? You see, right? You see? Okay. You see. You understand.
The ones that will never take you to the promised land, won't they? But you have done some job through... But critics doubted that it was possible what you've done. But over the past 8 years, Saudi Arabia has proved the critics totally wrong. The transformation that has occurred even by these...
Actual substance, but boring as fuck. I would contest that. Biden's speech here didn't really have any substance at all. It was just a reaffirmation of pre-existing U.S. policy in the region. You could have, like, extrapolated it from statements that he'd made prior. There wasn't really anything new or interesting there. So, like, I don't think, like, obviously it's not the same kind of brain rot bullshit that Trump says, but it's also not, like, it's just status quo shit, right? It doesn't, there's no, like, strong-armed American, you know, like, foreign policy push or anything. There's no effort to change the world and reshape it. Yeah, you get me.
Incredible business leaders. I mean, you had the biggest leaders in business anywhere in the world standing right before us. But the transformation that has occurred under the leadership of King Salman and Crown Prince Mohammed has been truly extraordinary. Such a thing has, I don't think, ever happened before. I've never seen anything at that scale happen before. And I guess, you know, maybe you could say the United States is doing pretty well too, you know, but I don't think too many people have seen that happen before. Majestic skyscrapers, the towers that I see, the difference between now and 8 years ago. And 8 years ago was very impressive, but the towers that I see rising, some of the exhibits that I was shown by Mohammed, if what I've seen there is just an amazing It's an amazing process, amazing genius of so many people, architecture, but I have a feeling I know where many of those ideas came from. Happens to be sitting right in this room right before me, but the towers and all of the different, I've seen a lot of different towers. I didn't think there's any version of a tower that I haven't seen in one form or another. Well, I just passed 4 exhibits. I have never seen anything like any of them. So it's going to be very exciting.
Spending a lot of time talking about towers in front of the House of Saud.
Among the ancient wonders of a growing and exciting city. It's really amazing. Riyadh is becoming not just a seat of government, but a major business, cultural, and high-tech capital of the entire world. The World Cup is here. Johnny, just stand up, John. Johnny, thank you, Johnny. Great job, Johnny, great job. But the World Cup and the World Expo will soon be coming here, just like the World Cup is coming to the United States. It's going to be really exciting next year. The engines of Formula One racing now roar through the streets of Jeddah in a historic milestone. Other industries recently surpassed oil. Think of it. All of your other industries now have surpassed oil. I don't know if a lot of people will understand what that means. It's so big to make up a majority of the Saudi economy for the very first time ever. So think of that. Other industries are now bigger even than oil, which is always going to be a big monster. It's
you know, this actually relates a lot to something that I just saw on my second monitor because I was scrolling Twitter, because this is brain melt content, the lefty Twitter account. Prior to heading to the Middle East, Trump's Mar-a-Lago home threw an Arabian Nights theme party. That's great. It's very weird to me that people see the president living like this and aren't filled with anger. And I think it's like, is that weird? I feel like a lot of people find it charming to see wealthy, powerful, famous people living like wealthy, powerful, famous people. Look at all of celebritydom. And no one fucking cares. Like it's not like it's not seen by a lot of people as like you know, naked grifting or like opulence in a negative way or whatever. It's seen as like an honest reflection of what the power of the office holds, which in fairness, that is kind of what people voted for, right? I think there's a sort of like inauthenticity that people ascribe to like Democrat politicians, or I guess like most politicians besides Trump, which is that, and let's be real here, okay? All of them are having crazy fucking parties. Like, don't kid yourself, okay? I don't know if Schumer's too old for them or whatever, but like, if you're a wealthy DC insider, highly connected politician, are you kidding me? They all, at least back in the 90s or whatever, they knew Epstein, but like even besides that, they all have their crazy parties, their fucking cocaine, whatever. And I'm not just calling them all pedophiles or whatever. I'm just saying like they live like powerful, wealthy people, right? Trump just does that publicly. The rest of them hide it. Cawthorn died for this. That's true. They didn't like that he pointed that out. Yeah, but they deny Trump is like that. Well, no, they don't deny that Trump's a party president. They know that he is. They just deny the Epstein stuff because they're delusional or obviously lying, right? But I guess like I don't know. Okay, imagine if you had like a populist lefty president who was doing a bunch of shit very, very quickly. Would you give a shit if they were known for having like soirees? Did anyone care when JFK did it? Like, does anyone now go, like today, they're like, oh, you know, JFK, it was disgusting how many women he slept with or whatever, even though in the context of his relationship, like it was, right? Like he was not great to women. But like in terms of him being a party animal, I don't think anyone fucking cares. I think we're expressing disdain for the wrong things, basically, because a lot of people look at displays of opulence, power, and charisma, and they think it's unbefitting a president, but that's all people ever wanted, man.
Big one, but that's a great tribute to you and economic development properly used. In other cities throughout the peninsula, places like Dubai and Abu Dhabi, and Doha, Muscat, The transformations have been unbelievably remarkable. Before our eyes, a new generation of leaders is transcending the ancient conflicts of tired divisions of the past and forging a future where the Middle East is defined by commerce, not chaos, where it exports technology.
That's all the lowest common denominator ever wanted. Like, you're any fucking different. You hear stories about how Castro slept with a CIA assassin sent to kill him, and you're like, wow, based. You hear about Lyndon Baines Johnson having a big dick and bragging about it to his cohorts, and you're like, wow, based. I don't think people actually care about people in power acting opulently. I don't think people care about them being party animals or wild. You just want them to do the things you want them to do. It's not corruption to be a party animal, right? Mar-a-Lago, I mean, obviously it's steeped in corruption, even had lawsuits about the valuation of the price of the property. But I don't know. It's just like people see this as a strength because it's authentic. And in fairness, Trump's a very authentic politician in terms of, like, does he act the way his brain actually is? Yes. Yes, he does. He no longer has the faculties to pretend otherwise.
Technology, not terrorism, and where people of different nations, religions, and creeds are building cities together, not bombing each other out of existence. We don't want that. And it's crucial for the wider world to note this great transformation has not come from Western interventionists or flying people in beautiful planes giving you lectures on how to live and how to govern your own affairs. No, the gleaming marvels of Riyadh and Abu Dhabi were not created by the so-called nation builders, neocons, or liberal nonprofits like those who spent trillions and trillions of dollars failing to develop Kabul, Baghdad, so many other cities. Instead, the birth of a modern Middle East has been brought by the people of the region themselves, the people that are right.
He's actually largely correct here in what he's sort of gesturing at saying.
Here, the people that have lived here all their lives, developing your own sovereign countries, pursuing your own unique visions and charting your own
it's MAGA Maoism again.
Your own way. It's really incredible what you've done. In the end, the so-called nation builders wrecked far more nations than they built, and the interventionists were intervening in complex societies that they did not even understand themselves. They told you how to do it, but they had no idea how to do it.
It's like this is a transformational statement that, frankly, I don't think other presidents could have made. And I don't think Trump's making it because he's, like, super woke or whatever. I think he's making it because he just doesn't have the predilection towards do-nothingism, right? But the idea of no amount of NGO intervention, military intervention, or whatever has built the Middle East. The Middle East, it has always been built by people in the Middle East. It's just straightforwardly true. You know, that's just I mean, the only exception to it, I guess, is the fact that Israel is a settler colonial project, but Israel is not happy that Trump is giving this speech. So that's not really the implication here. He's giving the speech to Saudis. And it's true. That is a correct statement, you know?
Themselves. Peace, prosperity, and progress ultimately came not from a radical rejection of your heritage, but rather from embracing your national traditions and embracing that same heritage that you love.
MAGA Maoism,
so
dude.
dearly.
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ.
And it's something only you could do. You achieved a modern miracle, the Arabian way. That's a good way. Today, the Gulf nation...
The Middle East was burning camel shit for fuel and diving pearls before the West started pumping oil there, Vosh. What the fuck? You must be confused. This is a lefty stream, not a neo-Nazi stream. You got your wires switched. How the fuck do you have a T3 sub? What the hell?
Have shown this entire region a path towards safe and orderly societies with improving quality of life, flourishing economic growth, expanding personal freedoms, and increasing responsibilities on the world stage. After so many decades of conflict, finally it is within our grasp to reach the future that generations before us could only dream about, a land of peace, safety, harmony, opportunity, innovation, and achievement right here in the Middle East. So beautiful. It's such a beautiful thing that's happening. I guess, you know, the people that are here can't even really appreciate it because you see it happening, and it's when you come to a place.
Wait, West didn't give them oil tech? You don't give races of people tech. What do you mean? This is the same argument as like all of the Americas, Africa what is the implication of your statement? X civilization developed technology first, therefore the other is inferior? I don't understand what the implication of the statement is. The Islamic golden age was churning out innovation after innovation while Europeans lived in cow shit for centuries. I don't understand. Like you have like an edge here sometimes, an edge there sometimes. If the Islamic world wanted to, you know, build a joint invasion of Europe at that time, they would have been like the Roman Empire. They would have been the fucking kings that straddled the world. That's how it is. Sometimes this part of the world's doing better, sometimes that part of the world's doing better. We say the West is like the peak of civilization. Sure, if you look at the past 200 years, look at China. How many hundreds of years of global civilization has China been like the undisputedly most developed, most cohesive, most capable of like being considered the capital of the planet civilization? Or we only start the clock at 1823? So all the previous points didn't count. Ridiculous. Yeah, we started drilling for oil in the Saudi peninsula, and then the Saudis nationalized the company and bribed the West into not invading to reclaim the property that they'd taken. And from that, Saudi Aramco ended up essentially becoming the focus point around which a nation was born. A nation which is still to this day basically an oil company with a fiefdom attached, but you know.
That you haven't seen in 5 years or 10 years or 20 years, that it's even more incredible. When I left office just over 4 years ago, that future seemed almost impossible, what you've done. Together we had obliterated the killers of ISIS. We wiped them out, terminated its founder and leader, al-Baghdadi. We had healed the divide in the Gulf Cooperation Council. It's a very big deal. And united the nations of the region to stand against the enemies of all civilization. We'd imposed unprecedented sanctions on Iran and starved the regime of resources to fund terror. They were unable to fund anything because they had no money left. They had no money. But the new administration came in and let them have a lot of money, and you saw what happened. It was not money well spent. And with the historic Abraham Accords that we're so proud of, all the momentum was aimed at peace, and it aimed very successfully. It's been an amazing thing, the Abraham Accords, and it's my fervent hope, wish, and even my dream that Saudi Arabia, a place I have such respect for, especially over the last fairly short period of time, what you've been able to do.
How long is this guy going to talk? I know we got used to presidential speeches lasting 8 minutes under Biden, but they can sometimes go longer.
But we'll soon be joining the Abraham Accords. I think it'll be a tremendous tribute to your country, and it will be something that's really going to be very important for the future of the Middle East. I took a risk in doing them, and they've been an absolute bonanza for the countries that have joined. The Biden administration did nothing for 4 years. We would have had it filled out. But it will be a special day in the Middle East with the whole world watching when Saudi Arabia joins us, and you'll be greatly honoring me, and you'll be greatly honoring all of those people that have fought so hard for the Middle East, and I really think it's going to be something special, but you'll do it in your own time, and that's what I want, and that's what you want, and that's the way it's going to be. When I left office, the only thing still standing between this region and its unbelievable potential was a small group of rogue actors and violent thugs seeking constantly to drag the Middle East backward and into havoc, mayhem, and indeed into war. Unfortunately, instead of confronting these destructive forces, the last U.S. administration chose to enrich them and empower them and give them billions and billions of dollars. The Biden administration, the worst administration in the history of our country, by the way, spurned our most trusted and longstanding Gulf partners, and I can say partners worldwide, one of our great, great partners, no matter who we look to, and we have great partners in the world, but we have none stronger and nobody like the gentleman that's right before me. He's your greatest representative, greatest representative.
He's talking about Iran, guys.
And if I didn't like him, I'd get out of here so fast. You know that, don't you? He knows me well. I do. I like him a lot. I like him too much. That's why we give so much, you know? Too much. I like you too much.
Weird.
Great guy. They lifted sanctions on Iran in exchange for getting nothing, and sent the regime tens of billions of dollars to fund terror and death all over the world. And they laughed at him. They laughed at our leader. And they're still laughing at our leader. They thought him a fool. And they made nothing but trouble ever since, including the funding of October 7th, one of the worst days ever in the history of the Middle East. Horrible day. Biden removed the Houthis from the list of foreign terrorist organizations, even while missiles and drones were being launched right here at your beautiful city of Riyadh, and launched at ships if they happened to be sailing in the wrong location. The Biden administration's extreme weakness and gross incompetence derailed progress toward peace, destabilized the region, and put at risk everything we had worked so hard to build together. And when you think of the great achievements that you've made, to do it in light of a pretty hostile administration, an administration that was not a believer.
Is he going to announce the invasion of Iran? Actually, I think if anything, this speech is going to increase the likelihood of new nuclear accords between the United States and Iran. Think about it. This speech is basically thumbing the nose at Israel, right? I mean, it's an establishment of not just like normalized relations, but like extreme friendship between the Gulf states and Trump. The Gulf states generally don't like Israel, right? Like whether or not they've signed the Abraham Accords. And Iran doesn't like either of those groups. Iran doesn't like the Gulf states. Iran doesn't like Israel. But by positioning the Gulf states favorably against Israel, it's kind of an indication that Trump is not going to allow Israel to engage in military action against Iran, at least not with his support. And that means that Iran has more of an incentive to buy into a diplomatic solution, right? Actually, like geopolitically, in terms of maneuvering, it's actually pretty smart, I think, in my opinion. And it's kind of crazy that Biden never did anything to this effect, in large part because he's just cucked Israel. Like, that's literally it. Like, we sacrificed so much leverage in the Middle East thanks to our undying fealty to Israel, you know? And because Trump just doesn't fucking care. He has a little more leverage. Now, obviously, he's using that leverage to give hundreds of billions of dollars of weapons to an evil regime. But you know what? We're also evil, so at least it's taking the weapons out of our hands. I don't fucking know.
It makes your achievements even greater. Makes them even greater. You know that. But in a few short months since taking office, we have achieved the swift return of American strength at home and abroad. Now working with the vast majority of people in this region who seek stability and calm, our task is to unify against the few agents of chaos and terror that are left and that are holding hostage the dreams of millions and millions of great people. The biggest and most destructive of these forces is the regime in Iran, which has caused unthinkable suffering in Syria, Lebanon, Gaza, Iraq, Yemen, and beyond. There could be no sharper contrast with the path you have pursued on the Arabian Peninsula than the disaster unfolding right across in the Gulf of Iran. Think of that. They wanted to name it that. I said, they're not going to let them do that. Do you mind if I stop that? I stopped it. We're not going to let that happen.
Bit of a weekend on that statement.
While you have been constructing the world's tallest skyscrapers in Jeddah and Dubai, Tehran's 1979 landmarks are collapsing into rubble and dust. They had it going for a little while under a much different system, but those buildings are largely falling apart, falling down, while you're building some of the world's biggest and most incredible infrastructure projects.
I think Trump felt personally betrayed by the fact that Mike Waltz was found to literally be spying for Israel. Trump's very sensitive to people backstabbing him. Yes. Oh, yeah, 100%. Yeah, no, for sure. It definitely doesn't help Israel's case that their main toolbook, or sorry, their main like toolbox for dealing with American politicians has been bullying, blackmail, and threats, you know? Very, very little. Like, what has Israel offered us? Like, think about it, actually. Have you heard in recent memory of a single time Israel's offered America anything, either diplomatically or materially? No, they've taken advantage of the fact that they know we need them as a fulcrum against Iran, and there's a lot of inertia towards supporting them. So they basically haven't done anything to benefit us at all. They can't even do like quid pro quo right. They just fucking, they buy our bombs, I guess. Yeah, they buy our bombs. They also get some weapons for free. So, you know, just ridiculous, really.
Buildings, all sorts of things you're building that nobody's ever even seen before. Iran's decades of neglect and mismanagement have left the country plagued by rolling blackouts lasting for hours a day. All the time you hear about it. While your skill has turned dry deserts into fertile farmland, Iran's leaders have managed to turn green farmland into dry deserts as their corrupt water mafia, it's called it the water mafia, causes droughts and empty riverbeds. They get rich, but they don't let the people have any of it. And then, of course, there's the key difference at the root of it all. While the Arab states have focused on becoming pillars of regional stability and world commerce, Iran's leaders have focused on stealing their people's wealth to fund terror and bloodshed abroad. Most tragic of all, they have dragged down an entire region with them. Countless lives were lost in the Iranian effort to maintain a crumbling regime in Syria. Look at what happened with Syria. In Lebanon, their Hezbollah proxies have pillaged the hopes of a nation whose capital, Beirut, was once called the Paris of the Middle East. Can you imagine? All of this misery and so much more was entirely avoidable, absolutely avoidable. And Mohammed knew that. He knew that. Smart people knew that. If only the Iranian regime had focused on building their nation up instead of tearing the region down. Yet I'm here today not merely to condemn the past chaos of Iran's leaders, but to offer them a new path and a much better path toward a far better and more hopeful future. As I've shown repeatedly, I am willing to end past conflicts and forge new partnerships for a better and more stable world.
We legacy
even
building,
if our
boys.
differences may be very profound, which obviously they are in the case of Iran. I have never believed in having permanent enemies. I am different than a lot of people think. I don't like permanent enemies, but sometimes you need enemies to do the job, and you have to do it right. Enemies get you motivated. In fact, some of the closest friends.
Extremely revealing statement. That's true. He's not wrong.
Of the United States of America are nations we fought wars against in generations past, and now they're our friends and our allies. I want to make a deal with Iran. If I can make a deal with Iran, I'll be very happy. If we're going to make your region and the world a safer place. But if Iran's leadership rejects this olive branch and continues to attack their neighbors, then we will have no choice but to inflict massive maximum pressure, drive Iranian oil exports to zero like I did before. If you know that, they were a virtually bankrupt country because of what I did. They had no money for terror. They had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah, and take all action required to stop the regime from ever having a nuclear weapon. Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. But with that said, Iran can have a much brighter future, but will never allow America and its allies to be threatened with terrorism or nuclear attack. The choice is theirs to make. We really want them to be a successful country. We want them to be a wonderful, safe, great country. But they cannot have a nuclear weapon. This is an offer that will not last forever. The time is...
I think this is something that also speaks to Trump's perceived authenticity, which is this earnest kind of interpersonal strategy for dealing with countries that he doesn't like. He loves saying this. He loves saying, like, you know, you're evil and we won't allow X. You won't get to do X, but you should, in the long run, like, we want you to be good. He says this sometimes. He doesn't say this consistently. I think it lands pretty well because it's kind of like the way you would expect somebody to be aggressive but conciliatory at the same time in an interpersonal relationship, right? Oftentimes, and people make fun of Western leaders for this. When Western leaders denounce countries, they do so in the most, like, arrogant way imaginable, which is this stern talking down to, like a teacher talking to a kid. What's that quote? When Britain visits us, or sorry, when China visits us, we get hospitals. When Britain visits us, we get lectures, you know? Lectures on how to run our government, how to run our economy, so on and so forth. You talk down to a country sometimes, which Trump, of course, does, but I think that this kind of rhetoric lands relatively well. Certainly it does for me, because I feel like if you could sort of put yourself in a mindset, if there was a country that I thought was doing some really bad shit, would that not be the way you would want to talk about them? Right? Like, Iran does sponsor a lot of really bad stuff, but you would still want to be like, look, I'm not wishing harm to the people of Iran or indefinite harm to the country. I want the country to be successful. I just don't want you to do that fucking thing anymore, essentially. Yeah, you have to give the motivation to change. You have to, like, undercut the narrative that it's an eternal existential war. Which, again, in fairness, with Trump, I don't really think it is, because I don't think he fucking cares that much about, like, greater Western hegemony.
Right now, for them to choose, right now, we don't have a lot of time to wait. Things are happening at a very fast pace. They're happening right here. They're happening at a very fast pace. So they have to make their move right now, one way or the other. Make your move. As I said in my inaugural address, my greatest hope is to be a peacemaker and to be a unifier. I don't like war. We have the greatest military, by the way, in the history of the world. You know, I rebuilt our military in my first 4 years and rebuilt it into the most powerful military there is. And you saw that when I knocked out ISIS in 3 weeks. People said it would take 4 years, 5 years. I did it. We did it in 3 weeks. Just days ago, my administration successfully brokered a historic ceasefire to stop the escalating violence between India and Pakistan. And I used trade to a large extent to do it. I said, fellas, come on, let's make a deal. Let's do some trading. Let's not trade nuclear missiles. Let's trade the things that you make so beautifully.
Well, that would be international trade, which is bad, according to Trump.
They both have very powerful leaders, very strong leaders, good leaders, smart leaders. And it all stopped. Hopefully it'll remain that way, but it all stopped. I was very proud of Marco Rubio and all of the people that worked so hard. Marco, stand up. What a great job you did on that. Thank you, J.D. Vance, Marco. The whole group worked with you, but it was a great job. And I think they're actually getting along. Maybe we can even get them together a little bit, Marco, where they go out and have a nice dinner together. Wouldn't that be nice? But we've come a long way, and it's going to be, you know, millions of people could have died from that conflict that started off small and was getting bigger and bigger and bigger by the day. I've also been working relentlessly to end the terrible bloodshed between Russia and Ukraine, and very importantly, talks are being held in Turkey later this week, probably on Thursday, and they could produce some pretty good results. Our people are going to be going there. Marco's going to be going there. Others are going to be going, and we'll see if we can get it done. 5,000 people, young people for the most part, soldiers from Ukraine, soldiers from Russia. They're not from here and they're not from the United States, but they're souls. their souls. I think usually, mostly, they're young, beautiful souls that left their parents waving goodbye, left their brothers and sisters. Goodbye, I'll see you soon. And they got blown to pieces. 5,000 on average a week are dying. And people are dying elsewhere in the region, but tremendous numbers like we haven't seen since World War II are dying. And I want to stop it. I want to stop it. It's a horrible war. Would have never happened if I were president. That's a war that would have never happened. October 7th would have never happened if I were president, because Iran had no money to pay Hamas or anybody else. They had no money. They were not looking to take care of them. They had to take care of themselves. They had no money. We stopped their oil effectively with the embargoes and sanctions. But let me take this opportunity to thank the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for the constructive role that you've played in facilitating the Ukraine talk. Wield American power if it's necessary to defend the United States or to help defend our allies. But they were shooting down ships. They were shooting at you. They were shooting at Saudi Arabia. We don't want them shooting at Saudi Arabia if that's okay. So we hit them hard. We got what we came for, and then we got out. Since January 20th, the U.S. military has terminated 83 terrorist leaders operating across Iraq, Syria, and Somalia. Terror are finally beginning to end their long nightmares under the new generation of leaders. In Lebanon, where a friend of mine has just become the ambassador. He's going to be.
That's lovely. Yeah, okay, I think I get the point. I don't know. It's a historic trip. It's going in the history books, folks, unlike Biden's, I suppose. It just seems like as a consequence of being... Watch the end? Yeah, I suppose I should watch the end. As a consequence of being an outsider who's not as concerned with maintaining the thousands of little deals, expectations, and relationships that you kind of inherit as the U.S. president, he's just sort of... I'm not saying what he's doing here is good. Saudi Arabia is an evil fucking regime. It is funny that Israel's getting kind of cucked here. But it is an expression of, I guess, the enormous power the president can have if they just choose to use it.
Be free to realize your highest destinies, honor your proud histories, harness amazing new opportunities, and bring incredible glory to Almighty God. People will come from all over the globe to be inspired by the cities you build, the businesses you create, the technologies you invent, and the beauty, talent, and potential you unleash right in the hearts of your citizens. Each of you will be able to take tremendous pride in the legacy you will leave to your children, because you will have given them the ultimate blessings of prosperity and peace, so important. In the United States, we've launched the golden age of America. It's the golden age. We see it. We see it with all that money, trillions and trillions of dollars pouring in, hundreds of thousands of jobs coming in with it. And with the help of the people of the Middle East, the people in this room, partners throughout the region, the golden age of the Middle East can proceed right alongside of us. We will work together. We will be together. We will succeed together. We will win together. And we will always be friends.
Well, that's sweet.
Thank you. So, Mohammed, I want to thank you again very much for having me. And as a representative of what I think is the greatest nation in the world.
All the right-wingers on Twitter are going to be pissed he's in a room with Muslims. Lol. Actually, no, I don't think that's true at all. I think that apart from the most mentally ill neo-Nazis, the vast majority of racist right-wingers are going to see this as an expression of what Trump has promised to do, which is represent American interests abroad, be a deal maker, be a diplomat, etc., 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 right? They don't really care. A lot of ethno-nationalists are more okay with international relations as long as you have the understanding that they get to stay in their lane. Also, a lot of ethno-nationalists kind of identify with the Saudi royal family anyway, because they're not like the brownest people in the region. and they have a lot of power, which kind of, in their minds, codes them more white, as opposed to being poor, which they see as a signifier of, in a lot of cases, racial impurity. Also, yeah, the Saudi royal family is evil, and they like that. So, you know.
World, we are with you all the way, and you have a tremendous future. Thank you very much. And please pay my respects to your father. Thank you very much.
Fascinating stuff. Also, it's against Israel, so anti-Semitism plays into it as well. Plus that, like, Andrew Tate-esque kind of, like, the real conservatism as being a fundamentalist Muslim or whatever. Do you think Miller's going to be upset about this? No. U.S. State Department said Trump isn't meeting Jelani? Really? No need for direct meeting. Maybe they didn't want to fit it in, since that'd be like more travel. All right. It seems they're still lifting sanctions, which is pretty incredible. Please read the details on the deal. They're promising them air and space defense missiles. Well, yeah, sure. Because that's, like, really expensive. Gotta sell them at a high price, right? Do you think he'll ever drop sanctions on Cuba? Probably not. What a fascinating speech. Wasn't that expected with the fall of the Assad regime? No. Syria's new president is literally on like an international terrorist watch list. He was not at all held in high regard in the West. You know, this is a pretty remarkable and rapid departure. Oh yeah, I forgot he was a jihadist. I don't think he's a jihadist. I just think he had to fight with jihadists early in his career. No, pretty incredible stuff either way. Anyway, we're nowhere near done with the news of the day. I gotta pee real quick, so 1 second. Yo. Good piss? All my pisses are good piss. Cans makes it official. No nudity on the red carpet. What? That's fucked up. That's not a quick answer, Skynet. Did you see Graham Linehan brag about harassing a trans woman? No? I mean, I saw the image from the video that you're talking about, the image where he looks, like, insane. It is genuinely crazy how fucked up he looks. I don't know how his proportions are like that. Like, does he have some kind of, like, hormonal disorder? His shirt length isn't doing him any favors. A lot of things here aren't doing him favors, to be fair. All right, it's politics time. I know, no one likes it. Okay, so obviously our country's been torn apart, like, very quickly, very aggressively. But this is the big one, right? This is the big one. The big one is the next budget bill. And we've seen versions of this come out from the Senate, from the House. The Senate one was more modest in its cuts. The House one was more aggressive. And this is Trump's one. So for those of you who don't know, like, the process of deciding on a budget is a long and arduous process, like everything in our government. It's extremely inefficient. It's full of redundancy. You can attach a bunch of rider bills to it, so the budget gets, like, hooked up on a bunch of other crazy stuff. The tax portion of the GOP legislation contains more than $5 trillion in tax cuts, according to an estimate from the Joint Committee on Taxation, costs that are partially offset by spending cuts elsewhere and other changes in the tax code. That's a lot. Who dilly? Looking to make permanent the individual income tax cuts passed in Trump's first term, enact some of the promises he made on the campaign trail to not tax tips, overtime, and interest on auto loans. Republicans partially offset the tax breaks by rolling back the clean energy tax credits. Oh yeah, partially offset by like 0.0001%. Deduction on Social Security, States to pick up more of the tab for food assistance. New work requirements for Medicaid. Well, Medicaid is done at a state-by-state level. Is it mandating that states have to now? Reduce the number of people with health care by 8.6 million. Applicants cannot qualify for Medicaid if they have a home that is valued at more than 1 million. Oh, shit. There's not going to be... Medicaid will be impossible to obtain for anyone who lives in a inherited house on the West Coast. That's crazy. Funding for 1 million migrant deportations, 20,000 new officers in the border wall. Yeah, my understanding is that in addition to the insane cuts to tax revenue, they're going to be spending an enormous amount of money on the military and on the Department of Homeland Security, basically to turn it into a federal police force. Trump wants a golden dome for America, a long-envisioned missile defense shield. Yeah. I think I can find a better article on this. Thank you, The Washington Post. I think I can be trusted with some numbers, possibly. Okay, saving and spending. Let's see. So here's where we're spending. Extend 2017 Trump tax cuts, increase standard deduction, increase child tax credit, Defense spending, border wall and immigration restrictions, no tax and overtime, senior bonus, no tax and tips, car loan interest, saving accounts for newborns. Okay. And where are we saving? Student loan changes, cuts to Medicaid, rescind climate change money, raise SALT cap to 30,000. State and local tax deduction. Just blanking on that. Raise that cap to $30,000, less than what blue states had demanded. Yeah, no, this is still all very much up in the air. Making states pay for SNAP, that's going to lead a lot of people to starve to death. That'll be fun. Increased town tax credit for some. Border wall, other barriers. The CBO calculated over 7 million people would lose health care under that bill. They sure are governing like they're not going to have to run again. Just coming back from Eurovision, how's America doing? Oh, we're doing fine. We're doing fine. They let work requirement be left to the states, but mandated by January 1st, 2029. How will this affect the midterms? Well, I'm not sure how much of these changes is going to be like implemented by the midterms. Sometimes these things take years to take into effect. There is going to be a pretty immediate effect for a lot of people with regards to like the Medicaid cuts, you know, SNAP assistance, for example. I'm not sure what amount would be implemented by then. They might postpone it to like after that point, so it's not their problem politically. Will this hurt red or blue states? It'll hurt both. Josh Hawley of Missouri implored his party not to impair Medicaid, arguing that cutting health care to pay for tax breaks is both morally wrong and politically suicidal. If Republicans want to be a working class party, if we want to be a majority party, we must ignore calls to cut Medicaid and start delivering on America's promise for America's working people. Does the red-brown fascist not like the fact that he's been working alongside corporate oligarchs this entire time? Fucking, you thought all that rhetoric was real? You stupid piece of shit. Price tag could climb to 20 trillion. We might actually be reaching a like an insolvency crisis. The debt is going to skyrocket with all these tax cuts. Like it's going to go way the fuck up, and past a point like we're not like too much of our annual spending is going to be going towards just paying off the interest on the debt. You know? Trigger a run on the dollar. Well, if we devalue the USD, like that collapses the global economy, so the legislation proposes to boost the standard deduction many Americans use by 2,000 to 32,000 per household, increase the child tax credit from 2,000 to 2,500 for 4 years. I mean, people are going to like these tax cuts. You know, people are going to like them very, very much. They're going to be very politically popular. Dozens of House Republicans have told Johnson and GOP leaders they will not support cuts to Medicaid. Yeah, we'll see about that. Nor to green energy tax breaks that businesses back home have been relying on to invest in new wind, solar, and renewable projects. Let's see. Expanding work requirements for SNAP. Along with new work requirements for older Americans, it would require some parents of children older than 7 to work to qualify, down from 18 years old. Huh. Only areas with unemployment rates over 10% would be eligible for waivers. Wait, what? For SNAP? You can't even get SNAP if your area has a 9% unemployment rate? 10% is an insanely high ceiling for one, but for two, what the fuck? That's actually crazy. That's crazy. It's called means testing. They're learning from the liberals. Wow. Area based on what? Your city, your state, your county? Yeah. What if you live in like a small town that's in a county that is overall doing well, but the town that you live in is not doing well? What's the area that it's based on? That is absolutely insane. Also, yeah, like 7. Sorry, your kid's 7. You know, if you want to get fucking food stamps, you need to be working. 7-year-old can stay at home on their own, right? $60 billion in new money for agriculture programs. Okay, there's the Kowalski buck. There's the farmer subsidy. $880 billion in cuts to Medicaid. Will the Dems even push back on this in any way? Well, sure, the Dems... I mean, hey, listen, the House Dems pushed back against the budget framework as best as they could then. It was Schumer who caved, remember? The reconciliation package to keep the government open. The Democrats have more or less been voting against these bills. It's just, you know, the Republicans control the House and Senate, so don't know how much you can really trust them. It does seem like some compromises are going to have to be made, though, because a lot of Republicans are not necessarily okay with this. 10% for the requirement to work waiver, not for SNAP. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I realized the 10% unemployment like that's for the work requirement for SNAP. So you'd only get a waiver on that if your unemployment rate in that area was 10% or over. Still bad? Oh, that's still very, very bad. Yeah, 100%. Bosch has been such an American superiority asshole. Now we're laughing over here in Europe. They will not divide us. Where were you when fascism came to America? Laughing? Where was I when fascism came to Europe? Defending. Okay? I was there with you. And your snobby European arrogance. As always, us Americans repping it superior. Over here from America, I express solidarity. Over there from your poor, dirty country, where you walk streets paved 200 years ago, you express what? Contempt? Well, sorry that I can get same-day delivery on basically anything that I want to order in the entire world, okay? Motherfucker. I have to ride a bicycle to my local post station. So can we, though? I don't believe that. Will the Dems at least try to make a spectacle out of it? I'm going to ban you for the rest of the stream because I truly hate the meaningless can you see the future rhetorical questions. What are you asking me that for? I don't know. I just work here. It's pretty bad. Eligible for Medicaid, there'd be new community engagement requirements of at least 80 hours per month of work, education, or service for able-bodied adults without dependents. People would also have to verify their eligibility to be in the program twice a year rather than just once. Nice. How will they spin this for the tax cut? They don't have to spin anything. Tax cuts in general are just popular because Americans don't think their tax money goes anywhere. Which, in fairness, like, we spend our our accrued tax revenue in an incredibly inefficient way. So a lot of people's perceptions of the government being ineffective in that way, I mean, they're kind of accurate. But it's not waste or fraud. It's just that we spend way the fuck too much through Medicaid because the government is paying out to the obscenely overinflated healthcare prices that you would otherwise have to pay yourself. It's all just a scheme to extract money from taxpayers and send it up the ladder. But on the plus side, taxes will be lower. The most ghoulish framework was 4 trillion in cuts. They're actually evil. Yeah, we'll see what actually ends up getting passed. Who the fuck knows, man? Who the fuck knows? Ugh. I feel like if I was a bit more content-brained, I'd be covering the Diddy trial. Is this even, like, a little bit interesting? I know the last time there was a big celebrity trial that I saw everyone else following, it was Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, which to my understanding, one, led to a lot of really bad discourse, and two, there was at least something to talk about. But isn't the evidence against Diddy, like, overwhelming? Like, it's not like idle speculation. Like, they raided his house. There's like a huge amount of evidence against him. So I don't really understand. It seems like it's spectacle, but there's not really much to talk about. He rubbed cum on his nipples after dudes nutted. See, I just don't care. That's just a Tuesday to a guy like me. Like, I thought it was like the rape stuff that was bad. Is that the spectacle? If that's spectacle to you, you could go to like any gay bar in town and you could get spectacle. The overwhelming evidence is what makes it interesting in a morbid way. I guess it's just like shit like this always financially incentivizes a small subset of the population to turn into contrarian grifters to defend the person who's on trial for no reason other than because it'll get them attention and money, which I'm sure is already happening, right? Like people who didn't care about Diddy beforehand, had no reason to care, had no opinion on the trial. They'll see this and they'll be like, this seems like wokeness to me. Whatever happened to being men or something? It doesn't like, and they don't believe it or whatever, but it gets them the attention. The thing that made it interesting is the constant advertising anywhere. It was pretty insane that the Diddy trial was getting advertised on the sidebar of a historic speech that Donald Trump was giving in Saudi Arabia. Like, that shit's going to be in the history books. You know? And on the side, they're like, hey, look at this state of our media. I guess I can't complain about our media now that I've seen Times of India. Did he talk about Harvard yet? Why, what did Harvard do? Apart from, like, kowtow to the Trump administration and then, like, lightly push back against it. Didn't it fight back? Yeah, like a little bit. Lost another 450 million in funding. They'll cave eventually. These universities have absolutely no loyalty to education or academic integrity. They have none whatsoever. All of them are just like real estate schemes. They're literally just corporations. They have boards of directors. They have trustees. They have an enormous capital flow that is oftentimes donated, but oftentimes is also like a real estate scheme, you know. Yeah, the education's just incidental. The fact that their educational institutions just provides them like the legal pretext that they need to do what they do, you know. They'll cave. Didn't Harvard cave in before this? Yes, they did. They basically immediately kowtowed to the broader like anti-encampment, you know, crackdown. Eh. Oh no. Biden's re-entering the public eye. New book, Biden aides discussed using a wheelchair in second term. Oh no. Former President Joe Biden's physical deterioration was severe enough in the second half of his presidency that his aides privately discussed putting him in a wheelchair for his second term. Ah! Jesus. Well, FDR did? Yeah, but FDR did because he had, like, polio. Not because he was so old that his bones weren't working. Yeah, finally an FDR Democrat. He also hit it, mind you. Physical deterioration, most apparent in his halting walk, had become so severe there were internal discussions about putting the president in a wheelchair. I think it's really telling that despite Biden coming back and doing like BBC and The View interviews where he talks about how he could have beaten Trump and how he's fine and his mental health is fine, you know what you haven't seen? Other Democrats stepping up and saying, thank God Biden is back. We did need him back then. You know why? Because all of them remember not being able to get a fucking meeting with him throughout his presidency. Guarantee it. 100%. They're all staying quiet because they know he's fucking... They're all aware of the fact he's gone and not fit to be president, but they don't want to cause drama, so... Biden's personal physician, Dr. Kevin O'Connor, privately warned the president's team that if Biden had a bad fall in 2023 or 2024, a wheelchair might be necessary for what could be a difficult recovery. That's great, man. I love to have the most powerful man in the world be in a physical state where a slight trip could end his ability to run the country. It's good. It's good. Aides began walking with Biden across the White House lawn in the Marine One helicopter, not just to block the visual of his walk, but also in case he fell. Holy shit. His aides were next to him to make it harder for the cameras to pick up how stuttering his walk was. Jesus Christ. Tapper and Thompson report that Biden began forgetting names, staring blankly at people he'd known for well over a decade, and became more disoriented and incoherent when he was fatigued. In response to the book's reporting, a Biden spokesperson said in a statement to Axios that Biden's, quote, medical exam had made clear he had a stiffened gait caused, in part, by wear and tear to his spine, but that no special treatment was necessary and that it had not worsened. That is not an answer to the underlying question. Oh, dude, it's not that he's too old. It's the wear and tear to his spine. It's just that his most important bone is so old that it's getting creaky and stiff, you know? I don't know, man. Stuff like this really does contribute to people's distrust in the Democrats. I mean, fuck, do any of you trust the Democrats? I sure as shit don't. My support for the Democrats for a long time has been entirely in like a utilitarian, like, I guess it's better than the Fourth Reich kind of way. But, I mean, most people don't think that way. Most people, you know, they don't think like, yeah, I don't trust these guys, but I'm going to vote for them anyway. Most people kind of go off their gut feeling, you know? So it's not surprising to me that the DNC has earned so much distrust with behavior like this. Then why would they trust the GOP despite all the instances of them lying? Because the GOP doesn't backtrack. The GOP, like, for one, creates an atmosphere of, like, ambivalent truth, where it's difficult to know whether they're telling a joke or being hyperbolic or whatever. It's the same way that if you have a friend who only speaks in, like, super banal corporate speak, if they tell a lie, you know it's because they lied. Whereas if you have a friend who's, like, braggadocious and funny and, like, kind of aggressive, but also likes to play around a little bit, if they say something that's not true, you don't necessarily think they lied. It could be an overstatement. It could be, you know, like a little fib or like in service of a joke. So the Republicans create an atmosphere where it's easier to let them get away with it, to be honest. And that's part of that is just convenience because Trump is naturally like that. And part of that is deliberate on their part, you know. But the Democrats give themselves absolutely no leeway for that behavior because the Democrats are generally joyless. Not all of them, but as a party, they're joyless. They don't even, like, have fun or take credit for their own accomplishments. Meanwhile, every single Trump speech is like a rally celebrating his imagined successes. It also helps, of course, that Republicans don't really, like, backtrack or admit fault. You know? Like, they just kind of carry on forward. And so far, the statement continues from Biden's aide, we are still waiting for anyone to point out where Joe Biden had to make a presidential decision or make a presidential address where he was unable to do his job because of mental decline. Oh my God. Prove it. Prove one time Biden did a bad job because of his mental decline. Are you fucking kidding me? First of all, even if there wasn't an immediate example every one of us is thinking of right now, what a horrible response to that statement. Prove it. Prove it a single time. Give us evidence. Like math evidence. Like you have to prove it. But I don't know. The debate that was so bad that was what led to him being removed as the Democratic primary leader. I mean, like, that's just one, but it's like you look at anything he did or said over the last 2 years. Jesus. And that's when Jill Biden said the people who wrote those books were not in the White House with us and they didn't see how hard Joe worked every day. But the people who wrote those books were Biden's White House aides. So they did do those things. That is, in fact, what they did. Also, by the way, keep in mind, like, it's not as though the book was written by a nobody. The book was written by Jake Tapper and Alex Thompson. The reason journalists are writing the book is because they pull statements from the aides. Like, it's not just like one aide getting rich off a sensationalist book or anything like that. Jake Tapper's a hack. Yes, that's true, but not a hack in the capacity of being a mindless robot attacking the Democratic Party. There are so many statements from so many people who've worked. We have statements from members of House and Senate saying they couldn't get meetings with Biden because his aides were protecting him. It's really bad. Whatever. It doesn't matter when you can just use your eyes and ears. That's true. As a politician, you're running for public office. All that really matters is like whether or not it affects your standing publicly. And everyone thinks that Biden was too old. How are we doing, folks? It's a pretty wild news day. Honestly, I'm still kind of, what's the term? Not rattled. I don't know. Coasting off of the Saudi Arabia speech. Painting a scene from Sinners at the moment. I gotta watch that. Have you seen the thing with Al Green trying to impeach Trump? I don't really think there's any point in attempting to impeach Trump. Like, it's not going to go through. It obviously won't go through. It's really just a matter of like whether or not you can make a big scene doing it. You know? Yeah, if you have the votes, nuts. Also, by the way, at this point, if somehow Trump was actually impeached, you know that he just wouldn't leave, right? Like they could impeach him, like nothing would happen after that. Like it would just, that'd be so fucking funny. That would certainly be something. GOP is moving to remove the 3 Dems who opposed ICE from their committee seat. Cool. These are the congressmen from New Jersey who were present during the arrest of the mayor of Newark. Trying to remove them from the Appropriations Committee, the Energy and Commerce Committee, and the Small Business and Homeland Security panels. That's great. You see Asmongold and Ethan celebrated Hassan being detained by ICE? No, why would I see that? Did you know that these idiots had a bad opinion, that it's entirely consistent with all of the previous positions they've held? Is this interesting to you? Biden didn't recognize George Clooney at 2024 fundraiser, new book says. Motherfucking CNN, goddamn piece of shit. George Clooney, huh? That's crazy. Backstage before the fundraiser, Clooney greeted the president when he arrived after a 3-day trip to Italy for the G7 conference. The president appeared, quote, severely diminished, as if he'd aged a decade since Clooney last saw him in December 2022, the authors write in an excerpt of the book. You know George, the assisting aide told the president, gently reminding him who was in front of him. Yeah, the president said to one of the most recognizable men in the world, the host of this lucrative fundraiser. Thank you for being here. It seemed clear that the president had not recognized Clooney. Tapper and Thompson write. The excerpt was published from Tapper and Thompson's new book, Original Sin, President Biden's Decline, Its Cover-Up, and His Disastrous Choice to Run Again, which will be released on May 20th. Based on more than 200 interviews, mostly with Democratic insiders. I can't believe it. I might actually fucking buy that, dude. Because I hate the Democrats, and I want to hate them more. I want to maximize that emotional impulse, you know? Clooney was shaken to his core by the interaction with a man he'd known for years. Tapper and Thompson report. The interaction helps explain the motivation for Clooney to release an op-ed less than a month later calling on Biden to drop out of the race. Oh, yeah. Damn, that's dude, his brief interaction with Joe Biden was so bad that he wrote an op-ed calling for him to drop out. That's how bad it was. Jesus, man. The actor had been shocked by a letter Biden released on July 8th insisting he was staying in the race. He reached out to Barack Obama to tell him he was considering writing the op-ed. Obama advised that doing so would only make Biden dig his heels in deeper. Jesus. Is Paul's ego the most vindicated man of all time? Does he have any favorite numbers I could punch in as like lottery ticket numbers? It's crazy. After Clooney wrote a draft, he shared it with Jeffrey Katzenberg, major Democratic donor who organized the June fundraiser, and told Katzenberg to share it with Biden's longtime aide, Steve Ricchetti, the authors write. Ricchetti read it and was furious, Tapper and Thompson report. Internally, he threatened to shut Clooney down. Some of his colleagues thought he sounded like a mob boss. This is where Democratic power goes. Republican power goes towards building party unity by threatening their own to make sure they all fall in line behind the president's vision. Democratic power goes towards protecting their own against anything, even like effectiveness, you know? That's the only time the Democrats exercise power. Any rule can be bent as long as it's being bent in the service of protecting Democratic insiders and their cushy jobs. It has nothing to do with power. It has nothing to do with political effectiveness. That's the only time they're willing to do anything. Another wedding guest who sat at Schumer's table recalled him saying, if things go south of the debate, me, Barack, Nancy, and Akeem have a plan B. Though Schumer would later deny it, the authors write. We got so screwed by Biden as a party, David Plouffe, a former top Obama campaign aide who helped run Kamala Harris's campaign after Biden dropped out, told Tapper and Thompson. And it's all Biden, Plouffe said. By deciding to run for re-election and then waiting more than 3 weeks after the debate to bow out, Plouffe added, he totally fucked us. Genuinely insane. I mean, what is their plan B? Kamala Harris. Genuinely insane. Like, this is... No wonder nobody else is coming to Biden's defense now that he's in the public eye. A bunch of the people who might have otherwise spoken publicly are probably in the damn book that's coming out. What's the name of the book? Original Sin, President Biden's Decline, Its Cover-Up, and His Disastrous Choice to Run Again. Damn, that's a title. They're not pulling punches. They're definitely not pulling punches. Man, oh man. How are you guys doing? I don't get it. Who buys these books? I never understood the market for books. Literate people buy books and read books. It's a way of having information communicated to you. You know how sometimes I read articles on stream? A book is like that, but longer. Vosh pretending he reads. I said literate people. I didn't include myself. Seeing this ruin my day. What the fuck is this? Is this the new Doom game? Jesus Christ. Oh my god, he's still around? I'm surprised he's still, like, alive. I don't know how much of it is kayfabe with him. Like, how much of it is him pretending to be more salty and bad than he actually is because it's his brand, and how much of it is sincere. I can't imagine a person so lacking in self-awareness. Who? Jesus Christ, you guys. He's not pretending at all. Fucking normies. Ree. Remember when Darkside Phil jorked it on stream? Yeah, wasn't that a bit? No, it actually happened? No, I mean, like, it was a bit. Sorry. It's a little unclear, I guess. I don't know. Wasn't it to, like, Tristana or something? Or was that a different guy? Everyone's saying his name and I've never heard of him. Yeah, well, that's your fault. What do we got? No nudity on the red carpet. Whoa, that's fucked up. What do we got? Where's the I don't give a shit about women's wear. Okay, so it's all just women. I don't fucking care. Give me the Met Gala. Met Gala was looking good this year. Black dandyism? That was a good theme. Not everyone adhered to it, but, you know. I feel like men's fashion isn't as mainstream. Yeah, because we view women as the ones who are supposed to be, you know, like the pretty ones. Well, hold on. They're not even showing the cool parts of the outfit. We're missing out on context here. Because Lewis Hamilton showed up in like a race suit. And then his team took the race suit off and he had this underneath it. We're missing out on vital context. This looks fucking great. We saw that one. Oh, this is iconic. Zendaya's? I got so fucking mad because I saw people comparing her outfit to some other lady who was wearing a white suit. And no disrespect to the other lady, but Zendaya looked so much better. And people were like, oops, wore the same outfit. And it's like, can you really not tell the difference between these two outfits? Great theme this year. The black dandyism. Yeah, for sure. 100%. Trying to find the comparison photo between Zendaya and the other lady who wore a white suit. I'm not succeeding. I like that hat. I believe it's Zendaya. You're a slave to celebrity culture. Unlike me, an enlightened intellectual who expresses his high IQ by not knowing the ways that you're supposed to pronounce basic names and countries and stuff. Agua. Agua is Spanish for water, isn't it? Yes? So I was right. What else did you think it could be? I didn't. I've always been right. On everything. Here's them quote-unquote twinning. Show me the goddamn photos. I can't see a good comparison picture here. Whatever, I don't know why I'm even talking about this. The race suit gimmick was the supporting actor in the upcoming F1 movie, not Lewis Hamilton. Oh, really? Am I mixing it up? Oh, you're right. The guy who did the F1 movie bit is wearing a red suit. I guess I just assumed it was Lewis Hamilton because of, you know, his job. Got it mixed up in my head. Still a really cool bit. They pulled all the stuff off of him. Yeah, the guy in the white suit was Lewis. Yeah, I just, you know, F1 driver. Damson Idris? Well, he looks damn good. Must have been hot under all that. Oh god, yeah, probably. Lewis Hamilton's the only F1 driver in the world. I believe you. I believe that. Why do all the white guys look uncomfortable and boring in their outfits? I don't think that's true. I think you're dividing people unnecessarily. That friend who's too woke? Exactly. Why are you starting a race war? Come on, don't we have enough of a race war like day to day? I'm trying to find a white guy. I'm having a little bit of trouble finding a white guy at the Met Gala, the theme of which was, oh, there we go. Okay, this was a bad example. This is just a regular slim fit tuxedo that doesn't look that great, and the fabric of the jacket and the pants don't match. You shouldn't even show up if you're going to dress like this. Okay, come on, come on, come on, come on. White guy. Fuck, flipping through my white guy Rolodex, desperately trying to find one who looks good at the Met Gala. Fucking white guy. White guy. I'm seeing guys and I'm seeing whites, but... It's a fine suit, though I don't like a full break on the pants like that, but it also doesn't really fit the theme. So I'm going to say this one isn't that good either. Come on, just find me... Just find me a white guy. I don't know this person's gender, but I also don't like their pants. Actually, I like this. I think this is fine. It's simple, but I like it. It's well proportioned. I think that's fine. I think that looks good. Finally. We're only down on number 77. The chatter was right. Okay, the chatter was right, but they still shouldn't have said it. You don't have to start a race war just because it's right. Okay? When I got my hair cut the other day, I was pulling out of the interior parking lot and somebody came round the corner and nearly T-boned me. Was it an Asian woman? I can't say, but I will say that if it was, that doesn't justify hate. Did they even let white guys at the Met Gala? Are they even, like, allowed to... Jesus Christ. Are they even, like, allowed to be there? This one's sick. And then they unfolded this, like, cloth bag around her, and she's wearing the outfit underneath it. It's not... The tailoring. You can't ignore the tailoring. Why is the... Oh, this was iconic. He released an album where the cover is him carrying a piano, so he showed up carrying a piano. That's very good. We need DEI, man. We need white people getting in on affirmative action. This is fucked up. He's just wearing a tuxedo with a black dress shirt, and the pants don't match the fabric. What is this with the tuxedo fabric not being the same fabric as the pants? The whole point of the tuxedo is to turn you into a big, like, elegant like color block. Unless you're doing something with it, but white guys, white guys, white guys. That's cute. Did you see Lisa's outfit? She wore Rosa Parks in her undies. Yeah, she had like lace underwear with the figures of famous black, or like the drawings of, like laced into the panties were famous black people, and like on her pussy was Rosa Parks or something. That's an odd choice. I don't know about that one. I think this looks cool. Is it black dandyism? This certainly the fuck is. I don't know enough about black dandyism to say whether or not this is. Is this guy even white? No? Skipped a white guy? I skipped a white guy. Oh, you're right, I did. In an evening robe. Okay. I'm getting hurt here, people. I'm getting hurt here. Mind you, I think a lot of these outfits look fantastic. I'm just looking for white guys right now. John Cortajarena? It's just a tuxedo. It's just a tuxedo. And also, yeah, slim pants, but some people like that. I don't, though. Like, it's the Met Gala. You should dress up, you know? Again. Not even like, oh man. I bet you the rise in these tuxedo pants are like fucking 9.5 inches or something, man. That shit is like, the waistband of that is coming up right here. Nobody knows how to wear a tuxedo anymore. I say as if I've ever worn one. But I know how to, in theory. Sean Connery wore them pretty often. A tuxedo is supposed to have the same fabric for the jacket and the pants, same as any suit, right? With a band of a more lustrous fabric running along a shawl collar and also on a stripe down the side of the trousers. But you're supposed to form like a continuous block of color. It's meant to be very elegant. It's a celebratory fabric. You don't wear a tuxedo when you're doing business. It's meant to be like a party thing. You know, you're partying, right? You're not doing business when you're dressed like this. You're like gambling or something. You're doing something cool. So no tuxedos at funerals? It would probably not be appreciated, I imagine. That would be my guess. I'm trying to find my favorite there we go. The Evening Wear Lookbook from the Anthology, which is my favorite thing to look at as an example of like good tuxedo essentials, because the Anthology is probably my favorite ready-to-wear suiting brand. It's traditionally a white tuxedo jacket in warm climates, and potentially during the daytime, and black otherwise. Those are dinner jackets, not tuxedos. Well, they don't have a shawl collar, but they fit the qualification either way. But yeah, it fits in the general category of evening wear. The lapel's a bit too big. It's a style. But you get the point. Such a good photo. Would a tuxedo be too much for a formal outdoor wedding? Well, traditionally, that is what you would wear to a formal outdoor wedding. Like, that's like going back, maybe not nowadays, but if you went back, you know, to 30 or 40 years, I think it would be like a lot more expected. It's really just like, you know, whether or not the host is okay with it. What's the history behind evening wear? Wealthy elites used to wear something called white tie. There was like a specific type of gown that wealthy people wore, and a bunch of wealthy people in like New York City or something were like, damn, it sure does fucking suck that our formal outfits that we have to wear every day to walk around and be wealthy are really uncomfortable and like sweltering hot in the swampy summers of New York. What if we invented a kind of like a garment that is still formal and poor people can't afford, but it's a little bit lighter? And they were right next to like Tuxedo Park. So the guy, there was like an atelier there who made a tuxedo, which was new. And they called it, oh, it's the tuxedo suit. And they started wearing that shit. And then over time, it became like more for like celebratory occasions rather than business. The business suit originally was something that poor people wore. Really? Yes. It was like a proletarian outfit. This is from 1910. Working class people wore stuff that looked more or less like this. There was more of a blending of a suit jacket and a chore coat, but you can see you have the collar and the lapel. These were working class people. They were the business suit was considered like something that you would wear as like a potentially as much as a working professional. But it was like a proletarian thing. Now here we go. This is from the 1880s. A dinner jacket or a tuxedo. These terms overlap pretty heavily. But this is the outfit that they wore after they, like this was the tuxedo. This was after the desire on the part of some of these. Because keep in mind, we get our traditional dress from Britain. What is Britain that America isn't? It's colder over in Britain, for one. And also, America tends to be more humid, at least in many parts of the East Coast. So you have all of these like derived British elite formal clothing customs that are being moved into a much warmer environment. And this happened everywhere, by the way. This happened like in India, they developed different kinds of dress clothing as well because of the colonial forces and the British Raj. They also didn't want to wear like sweltering, you know, British clothing over there. Anyway, the point being that this was like the post edit, but this was closer to what people wore before. See how they're wearing white ties? This was white tie dress. And this clothing was what people wanted to move away from. So basically, it's all like downstream of the deformalization of leisure wear worn by wealthy people. Suits come from more proletarian origins, and the tuxedo comes from more bourgeois origins. But nowadays, nobody wears tuxedos except at like fancy night parties anyway. So what's wrong with that one guy in black tie? Well, you'll notice he's the only one wearing a modern tuxedo. See? Here's the shawl collar of the different colored fabric, right, with more of a sheen. Everyone else is wearing something different. They're wearing the like penguin-tailed white dress or white tie jacket. What's that jacket on the far right called, and why doesn't he wear sleeves? That's a cape. See? He is wearing sleeves. That's just a cape that goes over the shoulder. Protects from rain. Bring back capes? I mean, you probably have worn a cape in your life. It was just incorporated into an item of clothing. If you've worn a rain jacket or any jacket that has a double layered top, common in some work jackets, like there's like a seam running down the center of the chest and that goes over the shoulder and then stops right here over the back, that's just an incorporated cape. It doesn't flow around and stuff, of course, but... Anyway, the important lesson to learn from all of this is that trousers are supposed to flow elegantly down, okay? Not be skinny and bunch up. Fuck you. Where'd you learn this stuff? Dye workwear. Mostly. I think the tuxedos look quite nice, personally. You know, I think it's a fine thing. It's just like, how often are you going to get a chance to wear one in this day and age? You can if you want. If you want to make that a part of your life, you can. A bit like pajamas when cut like that. I mean, trousers are supposed to be roomy, you know? Again, you can defer to advertising images made in like the 1940s and 1950s for that, but like historically, you know, you have a pretty full trouser cut. When you're the trouser ends right here in the drawing, you can see the line right here. So this goes over his belly button, and then you basically have like a very free-flowing garment that you can move around in really easily. These clothes were not uncomfortable to wear. Modern suits sometimes are because they're like so low rise, you know? I guess I just don't really understand the point in wearing evening wear with like a modern skinny cut, because I feel like you kind of rob the outfit of any of the elegance it might have had otherwise. No hate to this particular tailor or anything, but like I mean, you can kind of see how there's like a value in the drape of the fabric, you know? So if you're going for it like real skinny like in the modern cut, I just don't think it looks very good, in my opinion. Ankle gap supremacy. I don't have a problem with wearing suits with no socks, by the way. If you're on the Mediterranean and you're wearing a linen suit with like a cream shirt or something, and you have some loafers on with no socks, I think that's iconic. You just have to know how you're doing, and I don't think that translates to evening wear. What shirts do you wear with tuxes, Oxfords? No, you specifically wear a tuxedo shirt. It has like ruffles. I mean, you can wear whatever you want, I guess, but like there's a specific type of shirt that goes with tuxedos that you probably haven't worn before. Why am I having a hard time finding older photos of men in tuxedos? There we go. That's elegance right there. Does that not look perfect? Tell me that doesn't look perfect. That's exactly what I mean. That's why it's evening wear. That's why it's not business wear. This doesn't look business-like at all. It looks good, but it looks like a party suit. I mean, you're here to have a good time. You know? I'd clutch onto my wife if I saw him at the function. Hey, me too, buddy. Me too. It's not like I've ever looked that good. It's just Clark Gable. Clark Gable. Been seeing photos of this fella my whole life. I've never actually put a name to the face. Anyway, I'll tell you this much, okay? Wearing pants like this, extremely comfortable. So definitely an improvement just in terms of pure utility. Look at the cut on that suit. This is what I mean, man. This is what I mean about, and it's not just like heritage menswear LARPing, like, oh, things from the past are better because they're just better or whatever. That's not what I'm talking about. They had access to better tailors. Look at that. This is a comfy-ass garment to wear. Huh? Look at how full cut the sleeves are. That's not gripping your shoulder or your arm or your elbow or anything. Look at all the room in the trousers. You have a huge amount of leeway in how you move around, but it still looks like an excellent, well put together garment. It doesn't look sloppy or like oversized or anything. Is the key that it's very fitted at the joints? No, it just has to be tailored to your body. I mean, somebody like Clark Gable would have had a tailor who worked with his body. But also, it's not like stuff like this is only accessible if you're wealthy, right? If you have a detailed understanding of your body's proportions, your shoulders, your chest, and so on, which you need to for good tailoring, you can get clothes like this. It's just we don't really make them anymore. They are made in the world. Some places in the world make them relatively cheap, but this is just not something we value at scale anymore. I mean, the secret, there's not really a secret, right? It's just a very good execution of how to fit clothing to a body. But it's also a set of principles, right? They could have made his pants slim if they wanted to, but they didn't, you know? I don't normally go for the whole, like, some things are objectively more beautiful than other things argument, because I think for the most part that's bullshit. You know, I just don't really believe in objective beauty. But I do believe that intersubjectively, most people would agree this guy looks fucking phenomenal here and would say he looks better than something that's cut like a modern suit. I'm just going to use this because it's already in my Google image results. Something like this. Obviously, it's over the top in its fabric, but even if you're just looking at the cut, I think that most people would agree that you lose a lot of the elegance and romance of a well-cut suit by shrinking everything down, you know? So my argument isn't like this is objectively more beautiful than this because I think so. My argument is that most people would themselves argue this looks better. They just don't know why. That's my position, I guess. You know, like a lot of people just don't understand the principles, which makes sense because most people aren't tailors. I'm not a tailor, you know. I would defer to the expertise of another person to make those arguments. You get me. Thoughts on riding breeches? I mean, sure, if you're riding a horse. Look at how damn nice that looks. What do you think about this? A 34-minute What do I think about this? A 34-minute video of Pope Leo on media and evangelization from 2012. The eye is looking at you, MattyCam05. What does your chat history look like? Oh my god, you're incredibly annoying. Holy shit. I'm not even reading this. Everyone look at it. You're like, you've got to be like 12 or something. All right. This is purely a punishment for your personality. Come back in 30 days when you'll be 30 days older. Good lord. Sorry about the long tuxedo ramble. I have a lot of strong opinions on the subject for a person who has never worn a tuxedo. I just think they're pretty, you know. If done well. I've seen a lot of ugly tuxedos. Was tweed part of that proletariat wear, or did it start as an aristocratic trend? No, tweed was a fabric associated with the countryside, and it was worn much more by hunters, farmers, you know, that sort of thing. But wealthy people would wear it when they wore it to the countryside, you know? Don't wear brown in town, right? You wear brown in the country, and you wear black or navy blue in the city. What about the sea? I don't know what people typically wore on long voyages. No, anyway. Okay. Easily distracted. RFK Jr. went swimming in sewage. Good for him. Somniostatic, thank you for the gifted tier 1 sub. Or sorry, not gifted, just a regular tier 1 sub. I thank you all the same. Rufus and Holly 1, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Gotta give you $5 because you called me a dumbass. I appreciate that. You're incentivizing bad behavior, though. Kowalski, thanks the two $5 donos. Misgender Lynn, thank you for the $10. $10 in this economy. Pepe Hands, I guess it's worth it. Thank you for all the genuine commentary you do, especially now. It's been impactful for me. Look, hey, it's good for my mental health to be able to talk about this stuff too, you know. It's pretty wacky out there. Thank you. Vosh, how much did your haircut cost? After a generous tip, $125. I think some fellas might chafe at that, but I think like the average woman's haircut is like $50,000 or something. So I'm not really sure. You know, if anything, I'm trying to meet gender parity there. Is he joking? I know what your gender is. Florida's drag ban has been put on a halt. Peter Bread and LeQuack, thank you for the $5 both. What should I play in my new Total War Warhammer 3 campaign? Do Chaos Dwarves. Have fun with that. They're fucking crazy, man. Soli, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Ticklish Cage, thanks the two $5 donos. Wanted to say you're right about cooking. Learned to cook and literally every day is better because of it. One of the best things I've ever done. Made homemade Spanish rice, black beans, poblano habanero salsa, splurged on cheese, slapped it in a tortilla and froze like 20 of them. So good, top tier. Absolute Kino. Phenomenal shit. Well done. Yeah, no, for sure. That meal prep, you make it, throw it in there, you got it for a long time. Good process. SamFan155, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. Schreiber, thank you for the $10. Started watching in October and just graduated with a bachelor's in mechanical engineering. Thanks for helping me through the year and turning a libcuck into a dirty lefty. My pleasure. I'm really happy to hear that. I'm happy I could help. Not that being a dirty lefty is very emotionally gratifying at this point in time. Though it must be worse to be a liberal, huh? Sake with the 5 tier 1 subs. Classic Vosh memory retention. David Hogg's a one-issue anti-gun person, and I don't trust him. I wonder why I don't fully trust David Hogg. His militant anti-gun advocacy is understandable given his history. It does seem like he's grown up a lot, though, in the past 5 years. I don't know. We'll see how this thing pans out. I don't think that David Hogg was like super disingenuous or anything, right? Like, I don't think that his anti-gun advocacy was cynical and calculated in a way that was detrimental, like meant to be detrimental or anything. It just seems like it's a bias that he has, understandably so. We'll see, I guess. Sake, thank you for the 10 additional tier 1 subs. I'll never understand why presidents get applause for thousands or tens of thousands of jobs. Trump's lying about hundreds of thousands, but that should be the minimum. If there are over 100 million adults of working age in the US, presidents should be talking in 100K plus job scales. Genuinely, yeah, it's an emotional bias on the part of voters because it's just difficult to comprehend big numbers, right? It's like 10,000 people sounds like an enormous amount if you just hear it out of context. But if you think about it in the context of like, oh, well, sure, yeah, but 500,000 people lost their jobs due to cutbacks from the tariffs. It's like, okay. It's just hard to take credit for massive job gains. Dave was just kicked out. Not quite. David hasn't been kicked out. The DNC's voted to rehold the election. French Rollo 5, thanks to $5. With how much Democrats actively work to stifle meaningful party change, I can't help but feel at times like forming a third is our best bet at winning it all. I don't know. I don't think the structure of our political system really allows for it. I think that our best bet still is to hope that the Democratic voter base is just angry enough at the Democrats that you're able to see like an upheaval from within the party, you know, like just a comedically low level of approval from Democrats of Democrats. But I don't know. Maybe there's nothing you can do. Not on this, not with regard to like the political win, at least, you know, over the Democrats. M. Prox, thanks the $5. Anyone else participate in global big day bird watching past this weekend? Touch grass and meet people? No, that's a very, very, very specific event. But if other people want to do it, maybe they could see a red-breasted sapsucker. Wolf Shadowhill, thanks the tier 3 sub. That's very kind of you. Put this towards your white tie ensemble. Also, highly recommend checking out the Gentleman's Gazette for more info on evening wear. Heard of it, never read it. No, for sure. I think, yeah, unfortunately, if I was going to get a tuxedo, it probably would have been from like the anthology, but thanks to the tariffs, I don't know how much I can reliably access that wealth of ready-to-wear evening wear. We'll have to see, I guess. Would probably be better to have something actually tailored to me, I suppose. Got to finish losing weight first, though. That Julius fellow, thank you for the incredibly kind $20 donation. I really appreciate that. Love the stream. Thank you. The large elevators are really important for EMS work. Getting bariatric patients out of the 3rd floor of an apartment sucks when the elevators are too small. Wait, I read that one. I read your pro big elevator propaganda. Hold your horses. I'm going back up a page. God Sinner, thank you for the $5. Hillel Finder, thank you for the very kind $20. Reminding all of my non-cisgender friends out there to drink enough water today. Call that trans de agua. Well, you know what? I'm reminding all cis people to drink water. Frankly, I don't care if trans people do or not. Tired of us getting left out. No one ever says anything nice about cis people. Even the pro-cisgender people, all they do is say mean stuff about trans people. Ridiculous. Horrible Ham, thanks the $2. Still alive, thank you for the two $5 donos. Really appreciate that. At this point, I'm convinced Newsom's actually a Republican who ran as a Dem because it was the only way he could win. Icky? Yeah, he certainly acts like it. Victorious Gardenosaurus and Horrible Ham, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Any Seattle tourist recommendations? Take a walk around Volunteer Park, see the stuff over there. Sam is really good, Seattle Art Museum. Mopop is really good, Museum of Popular Culture. Obviously Pike Place, the pier. There's a lot of good stuff to do. I don't know. I don't really view the city as a tourist, I suppose. I don't really know what I do like visiting. Go to Cap Hill. All the homos are there, you know? We love our homos, don't we, folks? Victorious Gardenosaurus, thank you for the $5. Flopbingus Republic, thank you for the $2. Call sign Rogue, thank you for the $10. Is there anything we can do to make it clear where the voters stand on this DNC business? Most voters don't know what's going on in the DNC because the DNC, the actual administrative, institution of the DNC, is mostly a quiet behind-the-scenes system or apparatus for managing financing, right? It's not really like the Popular Front. That being said, the disdain the average Democrat has for their party right now is well known. They don't seem interested in doing anything about it. Zach of all trades and still alive, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate this. Would you say that humility for a world leader is overrated and smugness is more effective? I don't think that smugness is necessarily what Trump is projecting. I think he's projecting enthusiasm. He's projecting enthusiasm and like aggressive populist messaging. That's the thing that makes the difference, right? Like it doesn't seem like he's going over there as like a little diplomatic visit or anything like that. You know, like he's going over there in this big bombastic, like we're introducing a new era of change. And that's important. People like that. And it's also kind of good for the world. Not what Trump is doing, but not treating, big diplomatic visits from the president of the United States as some boring little something. We want people to be like engaged enough in politics that this stuff is worth following. Yeah, we need a main character. No, Skyfer, I just don't know. Lewin Garmick Wolf, thank you for the $2 and for the earlier correction. Victorious Gardenosaurus and Nick Miller, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. My kids recommended this educational science channel to me. Is this Michael? This channel? Yes, this is Michael from Vsauce. I grew my hair. I stopped shaving my head. Give me your money. Zach of all trades, thank you for the $5. My dad was an electrician in the 90s, always wore a suit. In old pics of his, you'd think he had some high-paying job. It was always so elegant. That's really nice. That's nice. Suits are a very comfortable and practical garment. You have an undershirt, right? And then you have like a loose, light-fitting shirt with a lot of flexibility that you tuck in, and then you have the jacket. And it's like you can move around, you're comfortable. It's heat regulating because you have multiple layers of different like levels of thickness. It's very good. It's a very comfortable garment. Look up Andrew Scott at Met Gala. All right, I will, Stephanie V. I will. Ooh. Wow. White guys at the Met Gala not bringing their best. What was that noise? This was that noise. He's on the left. Not to say the right is great, but, ugh. Unironically, like the theme of the Met Gala was black dandyism. Why are the white men not leaning into that a little bit? Like, it's a theme. there's nothing, I don't know. It's because they're not black? Yeah, but being black doesn't necessarily mean you know about black dandyism, and I don't think being white means that you can't. Like, it's not like these guys are choosing their own clothing anyway. They're being, like, outfitted by designers. This guy's in Versace. What the fuck is this? Andrew Scott's arm stole the show at the 2024. Oh, this is from last year's Met Gala. Okay. Still an awful outfit. Okay. Still an awful outfit, but this is from last year's Met Gala. Black dandyism was not the theme of this one. Okay. This year was good. Well, the white boys still weren't bringing their best. Brady McMullen, thanks to 5. Check out the downtown Pittsburgh revitalization project at some point. I wonder if this is a good start to redoing an American city. I've heard good things about it. I haven't checked it out on stream, but the little snippets of it that I've heard or seen people talk about seems pretty good, you know? At least it's headed in the right direction. I think the white guys didn't want to come off wrong because you need a swagger with dandy wear. Sure, but like, it's the theme. It's not racist at all. It's the theme. I mean, dandyism is essentially just like a formalized, like a formal, performative kind of like masculine drag, basically. Like the original dandy was like the French guy, right? The French guy who dressed in his tweed little outfits, right? You're getting a lot of the same themes as drag. You're doing it from a black perspective. Dandyism is not by any means like black specific, but you know, there are black specific forms of dandyism. This is good stuff to learn here. Like, do you really think if a white guy was dressing like this, people would be like, "Oh, that's racist"? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think it's just, you know, my guess is that the designers who were most interested in making really good outfits wanted them to be worn by black men. Like, if you're a designer and you're thinking, I'm going to create an amazing outfit for this Met Gala, who will model it for me? You're probably going to go with the black guy because the theme is black dandyism. So maybe nobody approached the white men with a good idea. Because again, they're not dressing themselves. They're being dressed by designers and clothing outfits and so on and so forth, you know? No. Okay, what's this? From GQ, really? Tom Ford? This isn't Black Day. No. Look, Tom Ford has had good contributions, but like, come on. Here we go. Jesus. You sure designers are designing these? Well, that's Tom Ford, so yeah, he is the designer in that case. He's pulling double duty there. That's why he's there, by the way. He's Tom Ford. He can get into any fashion-based event he wants. It's a nice tuxedo, but there we go. Nice suit. You know, I think I don't like the vest, but I otherwise kind of like it. This is linen, I think, very pleated, and I love those shoes. I wish the jacket was larger, not the lapels, those are huge, but the jacket itself, the sleeves and everything. And I wish that the vest was maybe a little more earth toned and maybe patterned. Oh, you know, it would have fucked really hard here. Okay, chat, tell me if I'm cooking. Leopard print vest. Think about it. Like what Jersey moms wear? Leopard print vest. I think you could hit on something special with that if the pattern and colors were right. I love the shoes. With that tie? Yeah, like as a complementary pattern. Just a thought. Just a thought. Looks sick. Looks sick. Coleman Domingo always dresses well. He's the guy with that famous, I don't know if it was from a previous Met Gala. That famous image that's been like reposted a million times. Not just image, but that outfit. This one. He knows how to dress. Here, this is the image. Became like an instant menswear, like everyone reposts it, everyone wants to learn from it. Yeah, hide your wives moment kind of thing. Beautiful drape on the pants. Look at that. Clean lines. What is this called? I don't know what it's called. It's like a very 70s look. Gold shoes, gold suit, big open. This is called a, I think, fused collar shirt, which is where the way the collar is made is that it doesn't like fold open at the top. But if you unbutton the shirt, the shirt opens like that. You know what I mean? Like in a big V. And that was big in the 70s. I mean, he looks phenomenal, of course. No, I mean the shirt has no buttons. You're right. It looks like the buttons are under the placket. I don't know. I'm not sure about the details. I mean, it looks beautiful. Like pimp core. So what you're saying is racially insensitive. And I'll explain why, okay? Pimps dress in like what we might call a black dandiest style in the movies. In reality, by the way, most pimps are just like, they look like regular people. They're running like a crime business. You know, they're not dressing that way to like get attention. But what you think of when you think of like a pimp and how they dress, what you're looking at is a performative, extravagant display of masculine opulence a la drag that's used to communicate like social status. But you're kind of denigrating the form by calling it like pimp, right? Because that's a crime. Like pimps are horrible people, you know? We're talking about like a fashion trend that people associate with pimps because of white media, because white media likes to fixate on pimps and that aesthetic of pimps as like a like a blaxploitation trope. Like they think it's interesting, it's scandalous, so people like the, you know, like, oh yeah, well, that's like a pimp style. But in reality, we're talking about, you know, a wide range of stylistic influences. I just meant because of the coat, but I get it, my bad. No, not my bad. I'm not accosting you or anything. I know that a lot of people will look at this and think like, oh, you know, like pimp style or something. I'm just explaining, you get me. I'm just explaining, the dealio. I think that looks this looks very nice. You know what this looks like to me? The original dandy. I don't remember his name. Here, I think this is a drawing of the original dandy. It was this fucking gay ass. It was, hold on. Les Petites Maîtres. Okay, this is a dandy of Paris. Who's the original? Yankee Doodle went to town, stuck a feather in his hat. Yankee Doodle, British dandyism. There we go. Beau Brummel is the person I'm thinking of here, or Brummel, perhaps. I'm not good at pronunciation. This fella, called the original dandy by some, or at least accredited to it. You know, he's given credit for that. Sartorially, the look of Brummel's tailoring was perfectly fitted, clean, and displayed much linen. An elaborately knotted cravat complemented the aesthetics of Brummel's suite of clothes. Basically, he was like a metrosexual, like, little fashion queen. And he kind of like kicked off an aesthetic trend that lives to this day. Anyway, do you see a little what I mean? Like similarity wise? I don't know, something about the silhouette, the way it flares, almost like riding boots, narrowest at the knee, and you have like this hair looks to me kind of like almost like a wig. I don't know. It doesn't look like a wig, but it looks like like a stylized representation of like a curly wig. I don't know. Shut the fuck up. Lewis Hamilton looks great. Reminds me of flapper hair. It does, yeah. Flappers looked great. That was a nice little stylistic trend. Well, anyway, I gotta go. Fucking been a while since we've had a dalliance like this. Let me see. Did I miss any donos? I almost did. Miguel Moreno, thank you for the 100 euros. Lots of love from Spain. Lots of love to Spain. I'll put those 100 euros towards my next trip over. I can't wait to visit Barcelona again. As soon as we reach a point in this nation where traveling back through customs won't get my my asshole reamed by, you know, border patrol trying to find Hamas up my guts. I can't wait to go to Barcelona again. Such a beautiful city. Thank you very, very much. I think going to Barcelona again would be worth some time in Gitmo. The Wisconsin judge was just indicted. What? Judge Hanasi Dugan was accused of helping an undocumented immigrant elude federal agents who were waiting to arrest him outside her courtroom. It's beginning! It's beginning! We're doing it! I mean, it's been beginning. That's true. This article doesn't have any useful information because it's largely quoting the accusations made by the federal government, which I don't trust even a little bit. Earlier this month, more than 150 former state and federal judges signed a letter to Ms. Bondi calling the arrest of Judge Dugan an attempt to intimidate the judiciary. I don't know if it's going to make a difference, man. This is pretty big. Is this different than the judge who got arrested? No, this is the judge who was arrested. She's just been charged now. Do we have any more information? All of the news articles that I'm seeing right now are basically just rehashing the position of the Justice Department, which again, I don't value even slightly. The accusation is that in order to allow an immigrant to evade members of ICE, she let the immigrant leave the courtroom through the jury door. And then the immigrant was promptly gotten by ICE anyway because they weren't actually like the accusation is like, I guess the implication is that Dugan wanted to just let the immigrant free into the world, like you letting a bird out of your clutched hands, after which the immigrant would be fine. Like, I don't really understand what the accusation is. So because of the pathway the immigrant took to leave the building, a judge has been arrested and indicted. It's a dumb excuse to flex their muscles and instill fear. Yeah. Expected to enter a plea at a May 15th hearing. It's also a retaliation against Wisconsin because they lost that race recently. Oh, to be sure, to be sure. After the brief indictment return hearing, Joseph reminded the grand jury of their oath to keep the proceedings secret. Acting U.S. Attorney Richard Froling appeared for the government, which is unusual, highlighting the profile of the case. U.S. District Judge Lynn Adelman was selected to preside over Dugan's case. 1 second. Is this like an obviously partisan judge or no? "85 years old? This guy? The guy whose Wikipedia profile picture looks like it was taken by the first camera ever invented? This guy? An American lawyer, judge, and former politician? He has served as a U.S. District Judge for the U.S. District Court of the Eastern District of Wisconsin since December 1997 after being appointed by Bill Clinton. Jesus fucking Christ. He was born in 1939. Check his rulings during the civil rights period. It's crazy. He would have been old enough to be a judge during the civil rights period. What the hell? Humans live so long. Notable cases. What? Wisconsin, voter ID law, Scott Walker. Adelman ruled the law violated the 14th Amendment and thus the law was unconstitutional. Okay, this guy is definitely not like a MAGA pawn or anything like that. Damn. Yeah, the cases are assigned randomly across the district court, is my understanding. So they just rolled dice, and it's him. Anyway, yeah. I don't know, man. It's a pretty big deal. It's not good. Like, we know for a fact that it is a goal of this administration to crush dissent within the judiciary. It's the main issue they're having right now. It is the thing, it's the main thing they're crashing out over, right? Probably exacerbated by the fact that the Supreme Court is not as partisan towards Trump as they were expecting. They have a 6-3 conservative Supreme Court, right? But the last two Supreme Court rulings haven't, like, there have been two very notable dissents, you know, from the Supreme Court, especially the 9-0 towards facilitating the return of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, which of course they just ignored, but they obviously aren't happy with the extent to which the judiciary still has power. And even those two ghouls apparently have limits. I think the main issue, like, from the perspective of the Trump administration, is just the fact that the brand of MAGA that is being pushed these days, I guess, or just what it always has been, is so anti-intellectual that it kind of chafes at people whose careers are very bookish in nature, right? Like, it's just, if you're a judge, even if you're a freak conservative MAGA judge or whatever, there are still like rules and procedures that you're going to want to follow, because the following of those procedures legitimize your profession. Like, what's the point of being a Supreme Court justice if the politics of your administration and of your movement are just no one follow any rules, everyone's a retard? Of course you want to advance evil, but you want to do it through the mediums you're familiar with. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. All right. Last second hurdle there. I gotta go. What evil dude has the best menswear? Ronald Reagan dressed very well. Kowalski, thanks the $5. If anyone's interested, Left Reckoning is live right now with your host Matt Letch of the Majority Report fame. My knitted tank tops feel great. Happy to hear that. Aren't all tank tops knitted by definition? Miguel Moreno, thank you for the €100 again. You're being insanely kind to me, my friend. I am from Madrid, but I'm glad you enjoy Barcelona. I certainly do myself. Thank you for all you do. Never lose hope. I just haven't been to Madrid. When I went to Barcelona, I was going on an anniversary trip with friends. It was their anniversary, and I went to Barcelona, and they went to Madrid after. So I didn't get to go to Madrid. Hopefully I will in the future. You know, from an American perspective, your country is quite small. I could drive around pretty easily. Thank you. I really appreciate it. And best of luck to us both in both of our countries. Go to Sevilla. All right, maybe. I gotta go. All right. I love you all very much. Take care. I'll see you tomorrow. Drink water. But only if you're cisgender, as we established.